People tried to imitate Tex Avery by making everything violent. But every one of his pictures started out smoothly and evenly, and then, but you knew, like watching a ammunition truck, you knew there was going to be an explosion, but you didn't know when.
What's up, docs and docettes? Trevor Thompson, the self-appointed Looney Tunes Critic, and it is Tuesday, and we're going to try a new thing here on Tuesday. We're calling this Tex Avery Tuesdays. And, it's the 80th. It's Bugs Bunny's 80th, and most people in the know credit, or at least think of Tex Avery as being the father of Bugs Bunny. So we're going to do something here called Tex Avery Tuesdays. And when I say we, I am joined by a friend of the show, friend to me, and also friend to Animation Everywhere. He's the director of communications at Animation Resources. He's a storyboard artist in his own right, worked on some Looney Tunes stuff himself. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Pez Hofmann.
Jeez, what an intro.
Well,
let's get ready to watch some Tex Avery cartoons.
Yeah, we're going to start off this series with a... Did you crack a beer? Was that what that was?
It could be.
Ooh, could be. Well, good for you. I'll take a sip to you. Here, cheers. We are starting this series off with a cartoon that is not very well known, and it's even not very well known to you and I.
We've never seen it.
We've never seen this. It's one of those rare moments where you and I could actually do a reaction video. So we thought, what better way to take advantage of this opportunity? And we were given a collector's print from a guy named
He's so good at getting those rare prints.
Yeah. Are we I just off the record. Are we cleared to say his name?
Who?
Are we allowed to say his name?
No.
Okay, I'll bleep it then. Okay, so we miraculously found this collector's print of the Haunted Mouse, and Pez and I are going to watch it and comment as we go. And then we were also on this series, we're going to be doing, it's mainly commentary, but rather than just the commentaries like you see every Saturday, there's going to be plenty of discussion after the cartoon. So we'll be talking about what we saw and also what we already have learned about this cartoon. So here it is, The Haunted Mouse.
1941.
Yeah.
So I kind of looked up this cartoon a little bit, and looks like that it's the only, that one and this one in Porky's Preview are the only black and white cartoons that Tex Avery did in this time period.
Oh, really?
And they were also getting near the very end of his time at Warner's.
Yeah. And Mike Maltese, his name is misspelled with a Z there, apparently.
Maybe this, and we just found out this is the first one he wrote.
That's right. Yeah, this is Maltese's first, and this cat, I don't think has a character name.
No, I don't think so either. I wonder if that's McKim's and stuff there too. There's a really nice model sheet that we dug up. That doesn't look like McKim's in there though.
No, that might be Scribner actually.
It's kind of amazing to see some of these animators working on a black and white cartoon in this period where they're also doing some of the craziest cartoons in the color field too.
Yeah, this is back when Looney Tunes was just black and white still.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a literal ghost town. That's the that's the joke, folks. Mrs. Smith goes. There we go. More ghost puns, please.
I was looking around a little bit, and some people said they didn't care for this cartoon that much, and they didn't think it was very good. I'm curious what we'll think about it, because it's like, this is pretty much, a year away from Tex Avery starting at MGM doing stuff like Blitzwolf and Early Bird Dude It and stuff like that.
Yeah, and you have the drawings for this.
Yeah, those are the drawings that I found. You're right.
See, that's got to be McKim's in it, right?
The movement looks like it, but it looks like Virgil Ross to me a little bit with the mouth curls.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's hard to tell. Those head turns for sure. Huh.
Wow, yeah, that was pretty sophisticated back then, having to do it on 2 levels so that he disappears.
Oh yeah, that is. Oh, look at that! Look at the detail on all the fur. That's totally McKimson type stuff. It's got a lot of like solid shapes.
Hey, stupid! Lose something?
Yeah, this certainly doesn't feel like a...
There was a nice bowl of milk right here.
Yeah, there's your Tex Avery right there.
Yeah,
The Of Mice and Men reference. He loved that thing.
Lemmy.
For that
Money.
milk, 'cause my stomach's empty.
Yeah?
He thought that book, when that book came out, was the funniest thing he'd ever read in his life. I remember
Well, Chuck-
hearing Chuck Jones say that.
Yeah, Chuck gave it to him.
Oh yeah.
You're right, Slug. You do need food.
That's fucking great.
Oh, that's right from the model sheet right there.
Yeah.
That actually makes me think even more that it would be a McKimson, just because McKimson would probably animate some of the master scenes where he's
Yeah.
helping to figure out the model, and then they would build the model sheet off of that. There's a head shape
Yeah.
is in there too. They would build the model sheet off of his main key poses.
Yeah, his timing is starting to get a lot sharper at this point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine that dude having to animate the mouse getting, smaller to larger like that without having to do any kind of like key poses and digital? Like he's literally just redrawing the same thing a little bit bigger each time and having to figure out how to do that.
They probably didn't even have the Xerox to use that.
No, exactly. Yeah, there's no xerographing, none of that stuff.
Hello again.
They didn't want
You know,
to have
this-
to animate it and do the exposure at the same time.
Yeah. And this cartoon, you're talking about how not popular it is. It didn't get, we've never seen it. I mean, if anyone is more fanatical about these cartoons, it's me and you.
Yeah, no kidding.
And I even asked Matt Hunter, and I don't think Matt had heard of it. And and there's only one VHS that has it, and it's one of the more obscure ones too. So
That's crazy. I missed what he said there. Oh,
he's screaming and then goes, "This hurts." And he goes back to screaming.
yeah, that's definitely some iconic Tex Avery there.
Yeah.
Oh, I love this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
This cartoon shares the same name as a Tom and Jerry cartoon. I think the
Well,
word
yeah,
"the" is really different, and I'm sure that people get confused when they look at the title.
Well, when I was
Oh, that's really nice. The way that, look at how it's popping, and like there isn't a ton of in betweens when he's going from major pose to major pose, but then they're doing this sort of laugh and place stuff. That was pretty neat.
I was excited about how obscure this was when I first got we got the idea to do this, and then I looked it up on Boomerang to see if it was on Boomerang. For about half a second, I saw that Tom and Jerry cartoon. I was like, crap, it's Tom and Jerry. Never mind.
Boomerang doesn't have that many black and white cartoons
No.
either.
No, they're not.
They have more than they used to.
They don't like to acknowledge, according to Matt Hunter anyway, they don't like to acknowledge directly how old these cartoons are.
I think I've heard other couple people say that before.
Yeah.
I
That's
wish that
Virgil
somebody
Ross.
could
That's
tell us-
Virgil Ross for sure, right there.
That was a Virgil Ross shot, you think?
Dude, those eyebrows, yeah, those are textbook Virgil Ross eyebrows. I saw them. I'm telling you.
And Virgil was with Tex Avery until Tex left, and that's when Freeling came over and snagged up the best animators from the Avery unit.
And you made a good point too. I was thinking about it. I can't tell you what Sid Sutherland's animation looks like, but
That's what I was just going to ask.
He's the only
If
one.
anybody out there,
Yeah.
tell me what Sid Sutherland's drawing style looks like.
Because he's the
Maybe
only.
this is it, right? I don't-
Yeah, he's the only credited animator. So how much of it are we actually looking at? Although you said so, you should probably mention too that.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you that the credits don't work like that. Like, it didn't matter who did the most footage for a long time. Maybe in the 50s they changed it up a little bit, but early on they just basically cycled through the credits. So like Scribner would get credit on one cartoon and then McKim's in the next one, and maybe they didn't even animate as much, you know?
Yeah.
That's pretty good stuff right there.
That looks like Scribner. That looks like early Tex Scribner before he kind of...
It could be somebody else, though, that's also, like, rubbery, you know?
Yeah, true.
That was cool.
I will say this, I enjoyed it, but I would have enjoyed it a lot more if I'd actually watched it rather than than sitting here talking about it with you.
That's a pretty cool cartoon, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We were still laughing at it, even though we were talking about it. So it's definitely a funny cartoon, for show.
I definitely liked it more than I thought I would, just based on reading some reviews on it. Because like I said, I'd never seen it, and it's probably the only Tex Avery cartoon of this period that I've never seen.
Yeah.
Holiday Highlights, The Crackpot Quail, The Haunted Mouse, Tortoise Beats Hare, and Hollywood Steps Out. I mean, it's surrounded by some pretty famous Tex Avery cartoons, but the only reason that they made black and white cartoons is because they could make them cheap.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
They were each director in at least 41, maybe even in 42. But in this period, at least, each director was making a couple of black and white cartoons. I mean, Chuck Jones mostly did color cartoons as well, but he did a handful of black and white Porkies and stuff too.
And didn't you say Devin Baxter did a review of this cartoon?
He did.
Yeah.
He did do a review of it, and that was very informative. That was where I saw that he mentioned that there were not that many that the black and white cartoons were kind of mandated to be done by some of the directors that wouldn't normally do them, like Tex Avery. Because again, Tex Avery, doesn't he almost always do Merry Melody cartoons? Because Bugs Bunny cartoons are all Merry Melody cartoons up to a certain point.
Yeah. I should probably try and find it. There's a part of Jerry Beck's interview that he did where he explained, to the best of his understanding, the literal difference between Looney Tunes and Merry Melodies.
They were totally different series. I mean, I know it doesn't seem that way in the beginning, in the 30s for the most part. One was in the first few years, one was the series that featured their star character Bosco or Buddy, and the other one was their silly symphonies, was their miscellaneous. They were literally copying what Disney was doing. Then color comes in, and Merry Melodies are still miscellaneous in color. And Looney Tunes featuring the stars, now Porky, were black and white. By 1942, the war years, the war's broken out. They both go to color. And the only reason to continue it is because that's how they sold them to theaters. They sold the Looney Tunes line, and they sold the Merry Melodies line. The funny thing is it gets really mixed up when Bugs Bunny becomes a star, and they literally sold the Bugs Bunnies as its own separate line, even though those could be either a Merry Melodies or a Looney Tunes. I think a lot of the reasons that they kept the names up was they were trademark names that they owned, and they kept them alive. Number two, it was a sales thing. They had these two sets of cartoons instead of one. That's the way they thought of them.
But we're in like interesting transition period, I think, right now when you're talking about 41. Because we're nearing the end of Tex's time,
and we're
nearing the peak of Clampett. We are already in the peak of Clampett in 41. Like he's doing. You also got about his best work
in 41. It was 41 when this cartoon came out, so you got about another 6 years, maybe 5.5, of them being in Hollywood still before they moved to Burbank. So
really? Yeah. What year did they move to Burbank?
47.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. The way you can remember it is that's the same year Roger Rabbit takes place. That's the way I always remembered it. Hollywood 1947. Goodbye, Warner Brothers.
Let's go back to Maltese for 1 second before we wrap this up. Okay. I actually pulled up kind of his list of work. So Haunted Mouse is the first one. The Cat's Tale, which I'm not familiar with that one either. Porky's Bearfax, that one's okay.
So wait a second.
And then the Trial of Mr. Wolf is his fourth cartoon.
So he came over from Terry Tunes. He came over he came over from New York. And the story goes that what got him into Terry Tunes was that he was working as a janitor, handyman type thing. And one day he goes, it was like, like 7 below zero, something like that. Everything froze the night before. Goes into his locker to put on the overalls, and the overalls had frozen solid in this like kind of knee bent position where he'd left them the night before, completely stiff. And so he took one look at these frozen overalls, realizing that no matter what, he had to wear them just because of the job. You're required to wear them. And he just said, nope, closed the door, walked downstairs, and, walked out, the front of the building, and looked right, looked left, and allowed whimsy to take over. And he, the first sign on the window, he said, whatever sign I see that looks interesting, I'm going to pursue it. And the first one that looked interesting it said, in-betweeners wanted. And he said to Chuck Jones, I didn't know the difference between an in-betweener and a go-between. But I had made the decision, at whatever point in life, I am not going to work a job that requires as a point of employment that I put on frozen overalls. So he went up to the interview, and he met Paul Terry, and he made a joke because the elevator was super rickety, and he learned in the interview what they were doing, that they made animated cartoons. And he goes, well, I don't know about making funny cartoons, but I got a slogan for your elevator: good to the last drop. So
well, this has been fun. I can't wait to see which one we do next. We're not going in chronological order, by the way.
No.
Like, the whole idea is that everybody always celebrates Tex Avery for the MGM cartoons, and we want to dig through all of the the Tex Avery cartoons that
and WB.
That WB did, but specifically we're going to focus on the ones that haven't been released on DVD or. Yeah, basically, they're not on the Golden Collection. They're not on the Platinum Collection. These are cartoons that are hard to find.
Very hard to find. In fact, some of them were like this one, where I was like, I don't even know that one. Yeah. And like I looked at looking through our collection here at the Wheelhouse. It was like, we do have that. Oh, we have that, but it doesn't look that great. Oh, we can get a better one. Oh, but wow. Never saw that on TV. Never saw that on TV either. And that one doesn't have a release. And you look it up on Looney Wiki and all this other stuff. It's like, okay, that one never got a release. That one never. Boomerang doesn't have that one. Boomerang doesn't have any of these. These Tex Tuesdays, you're not going to see any Boomerang stuff for sure. I'm not a betting man, but
And Trevor's going to try to make sure that we have the best available copies. So that's pretty awesome that we can experience these cartoons together.
Actually, Pez,
at a high quality level.
Actually, Pez, I was hoping you would be the guy. I was leaning on you for the quality. I was going to say, hey man, you got the keys to the animation resources.
Dude,
best stuff.
I'm going to do something that you're going to be so mad about. I'm picking the next cartoon.
Well, you're picking all of these, actually.
Well, I want to do it right now on air.
Okay. What do you got?
Do you got it?
I got them all. You know me. I got everything.
We got to do Dangerous Dan McFoo.
Okay, we'll do that.
Which that cartoon was remade. Kind of.
Yeah.
Similar at MGM a little bit later as The Shooting of Dan McGrew.
Oh yeah, okay, interesting. So we'll probably talk about that. We'll talk about that next week, everybody.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
All right, everybody. So that's going to do it for this episode, this premiere episode of Tex Avery Tuesdays with Trev and Pez, and we'll see you next week when we do Dan McFoo. That's all, folks.
Crazy coffin king, the one who's fun of all. See you next time, let it rain. Tex Avery.
wheelhouse, rock, rock, rock. Ferris wheelhouse, rock, rock, rock. Ferris wheelhouse, rock, rock, rock. Ferris wheelhouse, rock, 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 rock.
Oh boy, food.
Some fun.
A nice bowl of milk right here, and then, just like that, it disappeared.
You don't say.
I was sure hungry for that milk, 'cause my stomach's empty.
Yeah? Let's take a look. Holy cats! It is empty! You're right, Slug. You do need food. Now, I'd suggest some nice sardines or any type of fish. Or perhaps a little fat, tender mouse.
Yeah. A little fat, tender mouse. Hey, you're a mouse.
Jerk.
Come on over there, I'll get you. Come on over there, you mouse. Come on, I'll get you. Come on over there. Come on over there. Come on over there, I say. Come on, you mouse, get over there.
We'll get you. Come on out now. We'll get you, you mouse. Come on. Come on out. Uh-oh. Did you get me, Punchy?
Yeah, I think I did. Wait a minute and I'll take a look.
Hello again.
This hurts. Oh, ow, oh, ouch, ow, oh, ow. Don't tickle me. Don't tickle me. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, my God, don't tickle me. No.
Guess who? But the slug had it coming to him. That's one cat that won't bother me anymore. Whoa! A ghost!
That's all, folks.
At Disney, everything would be very slow. At Disney, if you walked, you animated, you know, a guy would walk on 12 or on 16 frames, which is a very human walk, very slow. With old Tex Avery, do it on 10s. It was funny. It became funny.
What's up, Docs and Docettes? Trevor Thompson, the self-appointed Looney Tunes critic here. It is Tuesday. More specifically, it is Tex Avery Tuesday, and that means that I am sitting here. We're going to watch some Tex Avery gems from the early days of Warner Brothers, and I am joined by my co-host, Pez Hofmann. And Pez is not just the director of communications at Animation Resources. He is not just a diehard Tex Avery fan. He is not just a storyboard artist in his own right. He's also a real good guy who knows a lot about Tex Avery. Say hello, Pez.
Hi.
Wah, wah. But yeah, man, we are. So if you listened last week and watched last week to Tex Avery Tuesdays, we decided then and there at the end of that episode that we were going to watch Dangerous Dan McFoo. And you decided that, Pez. You thought I was going to get mad for some reason.
I just thought it would be hard for you to find it, but I'll have to try harder next time.
Yeah, dude, we have everything. It's finding a crystal clear, good copy that's hard, but we have everything, so a version of everything. The only thing we didn't have, we had a crappy copy of Haunted Mouse, and then we got that collector from... Yeah, this was...
No one will ever know!
Exactly. So this was, and also we should mention to the viewers, we watched the Droopy version of this cartoon that he remade at Tex remade at MGM.
Shooting of Dan McFoo.
That's right.
Both based on that poem. Oh, that's the name of the poem.
Yeah.
I think.
Right.
The Shooting of Dan McFoo is the name of the actual poem.
Right. So we are gonna watch this cartoon along with you folks at home. And then we will have some more discussion about it afterwards. So here we go. Here's the cartoon.
The Shooting of Dan McFoo.
So, Malibu Saloon, is that a joke? I don't, because if it is, I don't get it.
Oh, look at that. It is a really similar layout. Wow, that's great.
Yeah.
When we were watching the MGM one, we were curious if Warner's was going to be able to have the crowd animation that the remake had in it, and that was pretty good.
Yeah. That's true. I gotta say, man, I haven't seen this version of the cartoon in at least 20 years. I know I saw it on Nickelodeon.
That's great.
Wow.
See, look, there you go. That's the Tex Avery thing that we were even seeing in the cartoon last week, or whenever you're showing these things.
The Haunted Mouse.
Yes. You've basically got, that could have been Paul Smith animation there, actually, because that kind of looked like that Daffy stuff we were looking at, referencing earlier. Yeah. But Tex is the one that's figuring out that crazy, snappy, snap to pose and just hold it timing. Oh, I talked over it. You want to tell everybody who that is?
No, you can do that. I mean that right there is the furry porn artist of the day.
No, not her. I was talking about the dog.
No, who is that?
That's Arthur.
Yeah, Arthur Q. Bryan. This is his second. This is the second cartoon Arthur Q. Bryan had ever done with Warner Brothers.
I was robbed.
And out of the cold, and I do.
But yeah, this is before they decided that he was going to be just the voice of Elmer Fudd, and I kind of think he's voicing Egghead prior to this cartoon, and they didn't change the name to Elmer yet. Look, this is basically the
wolf. A feud there was.
That's it. Thank you.
And yes,
so this is basically your Tex Avery Wolf prototype,
yeah.
And then the girl is very much red.
Yeah.
Oh, so creepy.
Yeah. Yeah, this is furry nightmare fuel.
So we did some digging around and we actually found the character designer, Charlie Thorson. That's exactly his drawing there that they painted for that gag.
Yeah, somebody on DeviantArt found the model sheet, right?
Yeah, and then the Thorson book has the original sketch in it. We'll talk more about him after the cartoon's over. That's a cold shoulder pose.
You know what? I must have seen this on I must have seen this on cable or something, because there's no way this was on network TV when I was a kid.
This was a cartoon that when we were kids was shown on those Bugs Bunny and Friends cartoons, or shows. You know, the ones that were all PD, or they were pre-1946, pre-1948, something like that. Cartoons.
That's from a different cartoon, isn't it?
That's awesome. That was great.
Isn't that
Now look, that's interesting. We got Tex Avery definitely pushing major boundaries, and oh man, this will be a fun scene to look at closer a little later.
Yeah, we can go frame by frame later.
He's doing his speedline stuff, and you have to put these cartoons in context. When you're talking about cartoons made in 1939, like what are the other cartoons the studio is making at the same time? What is he pushing the animators to do that maybe hasn't been done yet, or hasn't been done in this way? That's great.
Yeah, the level of innovation in those first 20 years of just animation in general as an industry, I don't think animation has had that level of innovation in a condensed period since then. Like the amount of changes.
Maybe that early Pixar stuff, maybe.
Maybe.
This is really funny. This stuff's great.
Yeah. Yeah, it's getting relentless.
Turned him into a condom.
Yep, I was thinking the same thing. For sure, that was a condom. Probably the same thickness too.
So is this a completely unrestored? Perfect. This cartoon has ever been restored. This is the best.
There's no way this is a restoration.
Yeah, this is great. It's nice to see a Tex Avery cartoon with just looking the way it was supposed to look. You know. Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, it's hard to get. You know.
Hey, okay, so this is 39, right? When does Bugs Bunny do that gag? Is that 41, where Bugs Bunny's passed out and the ghost? No. The ghost of Bugs Bunny comes out and he kicks his foot and he goes, "Come on, you're not going to let that turtle win." Like, is that Tex?
Like,
is that
that's Frizz?
Is that the Frizz one? Yeah, it is.
That's Frizz when he bumps into the tree because he paints it to look like the road. Yeah, that's Frizz. That's like after Clampett left.
Yeah. I'm sure we could find other examples of that in between this cartoon and that cartoon. This is great. That dog is great.
It's too bad.
Look.
It's too bad he didn't do that gag again in the MGM version because it's a great.
I agree. Oh, I love that eyeball take. That was really fun.
For the benefit of the fight fans in the audience, we will stop our camera at intervals to enable you to see the blows as they land.
And there goes the bell for the first round. The boys step to the center of the ring, and there's a hard left to the chin.
Ooh.
Not even really frame or slow mo.
Is that dry brush that they're doing there?
Yeah, they're painting on top of the cells.
Yeah.
Take it up in the center of the bar. A hard right to the chin. And there's a hard blow to the head. Now they're in the center of the ring, standing toe to toe. A hard right, a left, a right, a left, a right.
This
I kind of wonder, did Avery get scolded for the violence in this cartoon, or was that? Oh, this is great.
Probably not for a while because the Hayes office was.
Oh, that's great.
This is some effects animation. I wonder who did it.
That guy.
And there on the floor.
Oh, Dan, you're hurt.
For sure, that's Robert McKimson.
Dan, say something. Dan, speak to me.
Because, you know, he did it a few years later in Wild Hair.
Speak to me.
Hello.
That's great.
Hey, I know we're not doing a. Sorry to interrupt you with that. I just didn't want you to talk over that one line. But I know we're not going to do a rating system or something, but I definitely think that is by far one of his best Warner Brothers cartoons.
Okay.
And the remake is great too, but it's interesting that there's stuff in this that I feel he was doing maybe for the first time, for the second time. So there's stuff in there that feels really fresh.
So we're not doing a rating system, but I will say this. On a scale of 1 to 10, I give a Wild Hair a 2.
Oh, okay.
I kind of hate it, actually. I'm just kidding.
Oh,
I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding.
Bad?
No, I'm kidding. I'm totally fucking with you. No, actually, I don't know. I've never actually thought of a rating because it's hard to for a cartoon like a Wild Hair. It's hard to give an honest rating because it's so idolized and you know.
Yeah.
But that's definitely, yeah. He's really getting the timing down faster and faster for for a cartoon that is 2 years before people consider him to really find his voice in 1940. It's getting pretty goddamn good there. And what is it, 39, 38?
That was 39. Actually, this July 15th, 1939 is a release date. So then let's say.
So Clampett had already done Porky's Duck Hunt by that time. He'd already animated for Tex by this point, right?
Clampett was already directing.
He was directing by then? Wait, so
Yeah.
when did they do Porky's Duck Hunt? What year was that?
37.
Is that 37? Okay.
I guess. Don't ask me dates without pre-research.
Oh, what, you don't have every single fact about every single cartoon memorized in your head? Come on, Pez, I thought you were a fan.
You know, as time goes on, those facts start getting erased with different facts.
We were talking about that earlier today because the designer of Lou, Charles Thorson, there was a bit of controversy about Snow White. Allegedly, he claimed that he designed Snow White and the witch.
Man, that guy claimed he designed everything in animation. It's ridiculous. Yeah, he made a lot of other animators pretty upset with this book that he put out quite a long time ago. But
is the book where that Bugs Bunny with the yellow gloves comes from? Like cutesy Bugs? This one here?
Sure, that's what that image is. But who even knows if that's the first drawing of Bugs? Because obviously the character looks completely different in
Wild Hair.
No, the ones before it.
Oh yeah. Bugs' bunny, and also the stuff that Bugs.
The Hardaway and Dalton Short. Yeah.
Yeah, Happy Rabbit.
Yeah, the Happy Rabbit stuff definitely looks different than those two. So he's not a character designer; he's a concept designer, and other people would do turnarounds off these concepts and refine the designs. So just like Bugs, a lot of these characters in animation, including Snow White, there is only one person that designed them. The character continues to evolve once the animator sits down and works with it this time too, and that's why the characters change designs.
It is just
throughout the scene, throughout the short.
It is sad though when so many people have recognized Wild Hair as being the definitive Bugs Bunny cartoon, and everyone acknowledges Tex, everyone acknowledges Mel Blanc. But Bob Givens is clearly the designer of the bugs in that cartoon.
Yeah, and you're right. I think his daughter finally was able to get Warner Brothers to acknowledge his part in creating Bugs Bunny.
Well, hey,
after all these years,
that's what you want, man. You want to get these things right for the record. So wait, this. But
it's just at Animation Resources, like one of the things we'd like to try to do is give credit to the people that deserve it. In this case, Thorson can get some credit for designing Lou here. But if you look at that character, that does not look like what Bugs Bunny looks like in a Wild Hair.
That's something I will say real quick, officially.
Yeah.
So that no one else, I know no one else can really say this, but it's one thing getting the credit right back in the old days and everything like that, and getting it all worked out. It's another when you look at like Looney Tunes cartoons footage and stuff like that, and there's still people who did work that aren't getting credited. That's a little more than a little bit fucked up, I think. We have no excuse now for getting that shit right. I'm saying that. Me, Trevor Thompson, no one else is saying that. I'm saying that.
Oh, I see. You're saying that.
We should probably talk about Arthur Q. Bryan. This is his second cartoon, and he had an uncredited role in an MGM musical called Broadway Serenade. We just watched the trailer for it, and it was beyond boring.
And you couldn't see him in it, so
the funny thing was,
there.
and that it shows you how like from a different time it is, because it's all like Jeanette MacDonald and we're like, who the fuck is Jeanette MacDonald? Like we know who Bogey is and all these big stars from the day. Have you ever heard of Jeanette MacDonald?
But I'm not into Broadway Serenade, so.
Well, you haven't lived until you've seen Broadway Serenade, buddy.
Apparently not.
But yeah, so
it's no Busby Berkeley movie, that's for sure.
But yeah, he did the
which I like those.
He had done radio before that. He'd done a number of things, and where he developed that Elmer Fudd voice, that affect.
Oh yeah.
But the first time he did it for Warner Brothers was feud there was, and then the second one was this one, Dan McFoo.
Hello.
It's pretty cool. And then eventually that voice became only used for Elmer, and then he didn't actually voice that many other
Well, you know
Looney
what?
Tunes characters after that.
Disney did a sing-along, one of those sing-along, read-along book record things, and it was narrated by Arthur Q. Bryan doing his Elmer Fudd voice. And you can find it on YouTube.
Really?
Yeah, I want me to show it to
mean
you?
it was a sing-along to the Song of the South songs?
There's a Song of the South, Uncle Remus, Disney book read-along thing on YouTube, and Arthur Q. Bryan is the guy who reads it. Hang on, I'll find it for you here.
Yeah, just show us a clip.
Yeah, hold on.
That's crazy.
The alarm clock that can't tell time.
Always ringing when he shouldn't. Never ringing when he should.
Look at him. He doesn't know what to do with his hands.
And his face is always dirty.
Gosh, fellas, I didn't mean to spoil the concert. I can't control myself. I never know when I'm gonna wing.
Whatever happened to you, Tickety Tock?
Oh, this isn't Song of the South, though. This is the Tickety Tock stuff.
But it's Uncle Remus.
No, it says also includes. They just stuck it on the ad, and they stuck it in there.
Well, either way, it's from...
That is a weird thing. You definitely are going to want to put that in there.
For sure. All right, so he did...
You know what? Before we end this
Well, what year... can we figure out what year this was that he did Tickety Talk?
This is November 26th, 2015.
No, not the video.
Scroll down. I can't do it.
Okay, well, I thought maybe...
It's going to be in the info.
Oh, circa 1949 from Capitol Records. So that was probably one of the last times he did that voice and wasn't Elmer Fudd.
No.
Yeah.
I think he used it a lot.
Really? Yeah.
I think so.
I won the Derby in 1940. I used to be an old goldfish chihuahua.
When did he die? Did he die in the
He died. One of the last cartoons he did was What's Opera Doc. It was like right after that. He didn't make it to the 60s.
Dude, that's crazy.
Okay, so I think we're gonna kind of maybe possibly do a little bit of a tradition here on Tex Tuesdays. Because last time you picked the cartoon that we do next week. All right. Tell me how you really feel. No, you got to pick one. You got to pick the next one that we do.
Darn it, I'm not prepared.
Yeah, you are.
I think you can. How about I Only Have Eyes for You? 1937. Do you have it? Because there's nothing online that looks good of that cartoon.
I have it. Wait, are we talking about I'd Love to Take Orders from You, or I Only Have Eyes for You?
I Only Have Eyes for You, 1937.
Yes.
It's a cartoon with some chickens and stuff.
Oh, yes, I do have that. Yes, we do have that. We have chickens. We have bananas today. Yeah, we'll do that next week then.
Oh, man. I've got to find one that like, you're going to have to take a week off to just look harder.
Yeah, I mean, good luck. I mean, we are the best. Here at Ferris Wheelhouse, we are the best. All right, guys. See you next week for another episode of Tex Avery Tuesdays with Trev and Pez.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Well, who's that crazy costume king? The one who's fun alone. See you next time, baby, bring Tex Avery.
Ferris Wheelhouse, rock, rock, rock. Ferris Wheelhouse, rock, rock, rock. Ferris Wheelhouse, rock, rock, rock. Ferris Wheelhouse, rock, 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 rock.
children, follow me. Patrick, say, Polly want a cracker.
Polly want a whacker. No. Golly pond lacquer. No. Polly want a cracker. Yes.
You're doing fine, Patrick. Now, Patricia, honey, you try it.
Polly. Polly want a cracker.
That's nice, honey. Now, Peter, be a nice boy and say, Polly want a cracker.
I don't want a cracker, see? I want to be a sailor like me pop, see?
Huh, like your pop. Why, that seafaring homewrecker, that high seas hitchhiker, a fine father he's been, the sea-going slob, a sailor. Why, let me tell you something. When your father and I were first married, we lived in the Canary Islands. Then the stork brought you lovely children. Oh, and I was oh so happy. But your father, the rum-soaked old seagull, couldn't stand being anchored in one harbor for 5 minutes. So he slipped his moorings and set sail for Hawaii.
No, Ma, it was Catalina.
Oh, yes. Set sail for Catalina. I used to burn a little light in the window. Hoping that someday he'd come back to us. But he never did, the needle brain. Now, Peter, now you don't want to be a sailor, do you?
Yes.
What?
Well, see, I'm building a boat, see? And I'm putting out to sea, see? Because...
Today I am a man.
See? Oh, boy, can I go? Can I be a sailor? I want to be a sailor. Will you let me be a sailor? Can I go with you? Okay, matey, but you gotta remember, see? I am the captain's kid. I do the things my old man did. For I'm the kid, the captain's kid, and half a buccaneer. All aboard, come on, by heck. Your job will be to scrub the deck, or else I'll twist your leather neck, for I'm a buccaneer. Ship ahoy! Raise the pirate's flag. When we get the swag, we'll sail for Treasure Island. That's where I'll hide the gold and keep it there till I grow old. There's not a pirate half as bold, for I'm the captain's kid. See? This picture is kind of like Mutiny on the County, don't you think? Or don't ya?
Ain't I the talkingest little guy?
No, or splashing or swimming. It's lots of fun.
big sissy.
Oh, my baby boy. Are you all right? I knew you'd get in trouble. Now, you don't want to be a sailor, do you? Yes. What?
Now, what would you do with a child like that?
Tex Avery was the biggest prankster of all. And we had an old Coke machine in the recreation room, and when you put a nickel in, the clamp would open and you could take your Coke. Well, he opened the Coke machine, removed all the Coke, and then he poured whiskey, bourbon whiskey, into the Coke, closed the machine. It was a very hot day, and the first person who came along to get a Coke on our break was Gil Turner, and he drank that Coke all in one gulp, and then it just, he realized it was burning his throat.
Oh my God, that's so funny, dude. That's like one of the early things you pick up reading about all these cool cartoons is the pranks they used to play on each other back in the day at Termite Terrace. What's up, Docs and Docettes? Trevor Thompson, the self-appointed Looney Tunes critic here, and once again I'm joined with my co-creator and co-researcher and just great guy in all sorts of kinds of ways, Pez Hofmann. And
thanks for having me again.
Well, thanks for being had, and thank you for providing that one, that clip of Martha Siegel. I
was doing some digging around before we started commentary on this cartoon, and she talked about this cartoon a little bit, and so we'll get into that a little later as well.
And yes, it is pronounced Siegel. I did ask her personally. I always felt weird. I was like Sigall. I was like, is it Seagal? It can't be Seagull. And she said, no, it is Seagull. It's pronounced Seagull, just for the record. And here's a picture of the two of us together. And here's also a nice picture of her Leon Schlesinger employee card.
That's awesome.
Isn't that cool?
Did you meet her when she was at Comic-Con selling her book, Living Life Inside the Lines?
I did not. I've never been to Comic-Con, but because she talks about this cartoon in her book, so we're going to read from that in a little bit. But in the meantime, let's just start Tex Avery Tuesdays right by watching a classic, sadly unrestored Tex Avery cartoon. And as we announced last week on the show, as you announced, Pez, last week on the show, we're looking at I Only Have Eyes for You. And so let's do that now. That looks terrible. Look at that. Why? No, I wonder why that is. Why the colorings are the only part of that that's faded.
Probably because it's spliced in multiple times for the same thing.
Probably. So
I don't know. Who knows?
So it says, "I only have eyes for you," and there we have a big ice truck. So let's just. Let's just start talking about that. This cartoon was renamed.
Yeah, apparently Martha Siegel was at like a pre-screening of this cartoon, and the cartoon was called I Only Have Ice for You, and she was like kind of doubting herself, and she asked like Chuck Jones,
Mark Kausler.
She asked people that were there, like
okay.
McCabe,
I'm sorry,
people that would have actually been there. Bob Cannon, Robert Clampett. Yeah, everybody that was alive at the time she was able to ask them, and she was like, "Yeah, I think this cartoon title was changed."
Guy Marsh, or my gosh, this old maid poor as a chest, or boy, she sure is a pest.
So who's that talking there, Trevor?
Yeah, that guy is has a weird name, Pez. That guy's a twerp. That's what I should say. That's what I should have said. That guy's a real twerp. Twerp by name, twerp by nature, apparently. It's Jack Twerp. Is that what it is?
Joe.
Joe Twerp. Let me look. I have his IMDb up here. Yes, Joe Twerp. The last thing he ever did was in 1941, which, is weird because he died in 1980. So at age 70, I don't know what he was doing after he was an actor, but he only did one other Warner Brothers cartoon, which is Porky and T-Biscuit. He was the commentator, the race commentator for that.
Oh, that's interesting.
So,
it says here in her book, in Martha Siegel's book, that he was a radio guy.
Oh yeah. So speaking of radio guys and you bumping the mic, I want to bring up the volume here because there's a really funny line that I have a story about. So let's just listen for a second.
I think I brought you some posies.
Aw. Poor guy.
Don't lean on the radio, son. You bother me. But when
Bing. It's a Bing line, but that's not the line I want people to hear. Hold on. Here it comes. Maybe I stopped us too much. Maybe it isn't the line yet, but here it is.
Period, folks.
Please go away. Can't you see I'm saving my heart and my love for a radio crooner?
I dated a girl in high school who was not, she didn't dislike Looney Tunes. Her name was Chelsea. But she was not by any means a fan on the level that me and Sean and you are and everything. But every now and again when I would be flirting heavily with her and laying on the compliments, she would say, "Go away. Can't you see I'm saving myself for a radio crooner?"
That's really funny.
And she would stroke my face too and look in my eyes lovingly. "Go away."
That's some nice little animation right there.
Yeah. Oh, we got a background loop problem there. Did you notice that?
No, I was looking at the character.
Yeah, the loop went back. So
yeah, the concept of this cartoon is actually pretty interesting. He likes the cute girl, and he goes to Professor Mockingbird, and they do like sort of that old record gag that you would see in the Stooges shorts, where Curly is like an opera singer. He dresses up as an opera singer. They kind of do that thing in this cartoon.
There's also a Three Stooges plot device in here that an ache in every steak when they're delivering the ice up those stairs. The stairs that so many people think are the Laurel and Hardy stairs, but they're not.
Oh yeah, which they're not, are they?
They are not. No, same neighborhood though.
Oh, it is? Then I guess I know what staircase that is.
Yeah, same neighborhood, very close by, but they're not the same. Anyway, it is an interesting story, but there's a lot of stereotypes in it, like the old spinster woman that is single and unmarried and throwing herself at a man but can't really get that's a lot of people don't realize in Who Framed Roger Rabbit, June Foray's character Lena Hyena. Oh man, that is what that is. It's not, it's an old gag. Trope of the and it is it doesn't date well, because
there's another female in. Oh, you're talking about the other woman that likes him,
right?
Later in the cartoon,
and I always love this too. By the way,
the cute one,
right. That's what I mean, the spinster. But I always thought that was funny too. He doesn't tell the voice guy that this is his plan. He just lights up when he realizes he can do that stuff.
For sale, dear, the sun may be high, but I can't see a thing in the sky.
But yeah, he never actually, I thought it was funny because he never actually says to him, "All right, I need you to go, lie for my girlfriend," or whatever. They just go out to the thing. He lifts up the back of the truck and he climbs in eagerly. He doesn't even question it.
Look at that animation there.
Yeah.
Now that we know that Avery used a lot of live action reference, that section looks like it could have been
referenced, if not rotoscoped.
Well, the proportions wouldn't work for a rotoscope, but it's definitely got referencing there. Because look at this cartoony stuff.
That's true.
Here, versus that subtle turn and the walk and stuff on the girl. Yeah, girls are hard to animate, especially if you're in the early days of your career, which is not for Avery here, but some of his animators most likely. But I guess we did find out that Sid Sutherland and Virgil Ross were more experienced animators than a lot of the people at Schlesinger at the time.
I honestly,
they worked at Lance with Avery, and Avery was the one that convinced Schlesinger to bring those guys over.
Yeah, they were friends, and I think this is Virgil right here. This stuff.
Oh, I could see that too.
But not this.
Just the bird.
I think the two of them.
Couple birds.
Right. I think the two of them is Virgil, but I could be wrong. But yeah, look at
got those eyebrows.
Yeah,
like to point out.
There you go. Those are the Virgil Ross eyebrows. The S-shaped Virgil Ross eyebrows. And I used that sound effect, by the way. He just said, yow. I used that in the last two Tex Avery Tuesdays episodes when we mentioned yow. Who donated. Yeah, yow. That's actually in the Warner Brothers sound effects library.
Oh, no kidding.
Yep. Oh, and our hero, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, he's gonna eat.
I feel like this cartoon is sort of unbalanced. Like, the setup was over half of the cartoon, and then they got into the gag stuff.
Yeah, I mean that's what, and I think there was more there. I think they irised out early. Like the way she looks at the camera just as it's irising out, I feel like she may have had an actual line that they took. Maybe I'm wrong.
Huh. Interesting. Well, the title definitely is replaced.
Yeah. Well, I guess this is as good a time as any to read from the Great Book of Martha, where she mentions specifically what you're talking about, Pez, the original title. So here it is. A cartoon of his, Tex, that really impressed me was released in 1937 entitled I Only Have Ice for You. All of the characters were cartoon-type birds. The hero, voiced by Joe Twerp, a radio comedian who spoke in spoonerisms.
What are those? Do you know?
Yes, I do know what they are, Pez, actually, because, as you know, we looked this up before we recorded it, so thank you for that setup. A spoonerism it's defined as a verbal error in which a speaker accidentally transposes the initial sounds or letters of two or more words, often to humorous effect. As in the sentence, "You have hissed the mystery lectures," accidentally spoken instead of the intended sentence, "You have missed the history lectures." So instead of that, you've hissed the mystery lectures.
I got it.
Yeah. Anyway, getting back to the book. This cartoon was reissued with the blue ribbon title of I Only Have Eyes for You. Many of the old-time cartoons, when reissued, had a blue ribbon added to the title page and all the credits removed. I was very surprised to see the original title changed and inquired of many of the people with whom I worked at Leon Schlesinger. Do you remember the cartoon, I Only Have Eyes for You? The response I always got was, you mean I only have ice for you? From Mark Kausler, I learned that the title was copyrighted in 1937 under the name I Only Have Eyes for You. Perhaps the cartoon that was screened for us was just a working title of I Only Have Ice for You. This pun is used in the musical portion of the cartoon, as I pointed out when we were doing the commentary. Here are some of the people I put this question to. Bob Matz, Tom Ray, Virgil Ross, Chuck Jones, and Norm McCabe. To my knowledge, it is the only Schlesinger or Warner Brothers cartoon title that had ever been changed. That is a bit of trivia unknown to many people. So.
That's interesting.
By the way, you remember we were saying about Joe Twerp?
Yeah.
The only other cartoon, him being a specialty guy, like I said, the only other cartoon that he did was Porky and T-Biscuit. I have looked up and brought up my copy of Porky and T-Biscuit. I'm gonna let it play so we can hear, because he was the race commentator for the cartoon. So he probably, I'm gonna see if he has any kind of an affect for this.
Cool.
They're off. Yes, sir, they're off in a data crust, or a cloud of rust, or a bust of crust. Anyway, off. There they go.
Yep, there you go. More spoonerisms right there.
Huh. That's what he specialized in.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
He's a specialty act. There you go.
Okay, cool. I wanted to talk about the fact that this story, we don't know who wrote this story.
Yeah, right.
But there's an element of it to me that reminds me a lot of the Tex Avery MGM cartoon, that Country Wolf, City Wolf stuff.
Oh yeah.
There's a couple, and also isn't there the Cinderella?
Well, I'm thinking of Little Rural Riding Hood.
Little Rural Riding Hood, and then is that the one that has the kind of homely looking girl in it? There's another one that's got like a fairy godmother character in it too. There's a couple of things in this cartoon that really are signatures to the type of cartoons that Tex Avery will make at MGM. And that's crazy because I never looked at this cartoon within that context before, of seeing that this is probably the beginning of that trend of that sort of love triangle between,
involving a man-hungry spinster. Like even in even in Red Hot Riding Hood, the grandmother is kind of a third wheel. In a certain way.
Yes, those are the two. I was thinking of Red Hot Riding Hood and the rural one too.
I do love the rural one though. One of my favorite lines ever is when he's girls sure do love him, and he smashes him in the head with the bat.
Control yourself, cousin. Miss Riding Hood is not here. You will meet her this evening at the club. But remember, here in the city, we do not shout and whistle at the ladies. Come now.
It's Top Hat and Tails, you know.
He definitely perfected this type of cartoon at MGM.
And it's so cool to see it like in its infancy here, because one of the things that, when you first pitched the idea for the show to me, I wasn't on board wasn't initially on board because what I love about Looney Tunes, and especially Tex at MGM, is how fucking funny they are. Like, to this day, they're still hilarious. And the instinct is to go, well, I've seen the early Looney Tunes. They're not that funny. But just in doing these last two and preparing and doing, they're absolutely funny. It's just how funny do they get? It was all about the gag with him. And that much is apparent when you do a show like this. You can see it as early in these early cartoons, and it's as evident, as anywhere else. He changes a lot of things, but the one thing he consistently tries to get better at improving are the gags.
One thing that we learned from Martha Siegel's book is that at least on the first cartoon that he didn't do the editing.
Gold Diggers of 49.
Yeah, he didn't edit that. So I wonder if he had become super involved with the editing process yet in this cartoon. No. Because we know later on at Warner's that he was going in there and taking like the scissors or whatever and cutting frames out of the finished film to make the timing tight.
We should kind of clarify a little bit what you mean by editing, because people like Chuck Jones and stuff, a lot of people were invested in people thinking that the Warner Brothers cartoons were not so much edited as they were pre-thought out beforehand and shot in sequence and all this. And I guess in some ways, what you mean by editing is from a story standpoint.
No, in this sense, I mean the time cutting the actual film, and reducing the time for a specific action. Mm-hmm. Or he would probably be cutting stuff like if the animation felt too slow, he would cut some frames out, or if the shot lingered too long, he'd cut some frames out. Mm-hmm. Avery is cited in many interviews as being quite a perfectionist.
Oh yeah,
and he's a very tight director. If you look at especially the cartoon we looked at last week, the McFoo, what's it called? The Dangerous Dan McFoo, you can see how tight the timing is and the drawing is on that cartoon. I think that was like 39. And to get that stuff, that is not the type of thing that you'll see at Warner's from the other directors at that time. you see that in Disney cartoons where they're just very concerned with making sure that like the roto is done right, that the walks are really smooth and stuff like that. The dances look good. Yeah, so Avery definitely brought, like, let's say, a stamp of quality to Warner Brothers at this time.
He was probably the first guy to have a real stamp of quality. No disrespect to Friz Freeling. I definitely want to get him back for a commentary on another one of the cartoons.
I don't know if I said this on the record or not, but I think that Harmon and Ising did really, really solid cartoons. Like, I was watching some of their stuff they did in like 30 or 31, and they're shockingly well done. Even though they're a very different type of Looney Tunes cartoon than what will come to be. Their departure from the studio in, what was it, 33, around that time, that was really probably a big hit to the studio. And, you know, Freeling was really good at that time, and he was carrying a lot of weight. And the other directors, if you watch their other stuff, they don't have that Looney Tunes feel, you know, to their cartoons. And so Avery brought all of that to the studio from Lance, from when he was working at Lance on the Oswald cartoons.
And we still haven't gotten to a point yet in doing this show where Avery's used any characters that became regulars. You know, it's Haunted Mouse, Dan McFoo, and then this one. And that was pretty they knew the value of needing some regular characters by then, because, you know, Friz had created Porky, and that was and the whole gang, Porky and Beans, and that whole classroom. But they were still struggling to get regular characters. Well, not
by this time. But this time, Porky's their main star. We're just not doing.
No. What I'm saying is that, like, when they get to when you get to like even 48. They have so many regular characters by that point. It's astonishing. But there's only one or two at this point.
Right. So if this is 37, the very next cartoon after this is Porky's Duck Hunt.
Yeah.
The one right before it was Picador Porky.
But I can't think of anything else to say about this cartoon, really, unless you can.
No, I don't. Unfortunately, there's not enough other information to really talk about it. I wish I knew who did the character designs. You know, was it could have been our old pal Charlie Thorson?
Yeah.
Could have been,
or it could have been. He could have lied about it too. He could have said he wrote it.
Yeah. I definitely don't think this is one of the stronger cartoons, but there are really good moments in it, as usual.
Yeah, again, I had a girlfriend who, you know, sought the one line that is hilarious. Oh, go away. Can't you see I'm saving myself for a radio crew?
Forever ago, when I lived in Columbus, there was I saw a girl for like a week. We it was very short, but I was very impressed with her because in the middle of us, like, you know, swooning and crooning or whatever, she looked at me and just went meow meow. It's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I found someone that's a female, no less, that knows that cartoon
and gets that loves Tex Avery.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Hopefully this show will.
I should add before I wrap that up that my wife is a phenomenal cartoon fan. Like she is such a snob about.
Well, she would have to be
cartoons.
She would have to be.
She can't tolerate the stuff that I work on
because of course
it's not the right voices, it's not the right designs, doesn't have the right music. She's like, I want to feel the nostalgia and I want to watch the amazing classic ones that I remember, and I don't need the new ones.
I mean, I can't imagine you marrying somebody who didn't have at least an appreciation, if not a love, for the classic stuff.
Love you, honey.
I love you too, sweetie, but we're talking about your wife. All right, that's going to do it for this week's installment of Tex Avery Tuesdays. I'm Trevor, that's Pez, and we'll see you next week. That's all, folks.
See ya.
at one of the country's most interesting zoos. Here we find the wolf in his natural setting. Next, a pack of camels. A North American greyhound. And here, 2 bucks and 5 cents. And here, 2 friendly elks. Hello, Bill.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Bill.
No zoo would be complete without a monkey cage.
Hey, sister! Can't you read?
Mother Nature's own weatherman, the little groundhog, and his shadow. Over here, we find... Hey there, fella. Hey, don't annoy that lion. It's dangerous. Can't you read that sign? You'd better take my advice and leave him alone. Shame, shame. You're a bad boy. The skunk cage is always a center of interest. Well, we're lucky. It's feeding time for the giraffe. Listen now, fella. This is the second time I've had to speak to you. Leave that lion alone. I'm warning you.
I'm a bad boy.
And here we come to a family of white rabbits. Of course, you all know how fast they multiply. Now, over here in the birdhouse, we find the wise old owl.
Who?
You.
Me?
Yes.
Ooh.
An interesting bird is the South African talking parrot. Polly, want a cracker? I said, Polly, want a cracker?
Nah, give me a short beer.
Another interesting bird is the Alcatraz jailbird.
I didn't do it, I tell you. Okay, I was framed, see? Yeah, I'm innocent. I want to see the DA. They can't do this to me, see? They can't hang this on me. I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it, I tell you.
Oh, he did so do it. I saw him with my very own eyes. So there.
Over here, we find Mother Ostrich on her nest. Well, you do have something to crow about. Look out, look out! Well, a jackpot.
Oh, this is so fun.
For the last time, you'd better stop annoying that lion if you know what's good for you.
I'm a bad boy.
New to the zoo is an elephant just in from Africa.
Hello.
Express Company, this is Joe Jumbo. We'll send it up right away. You know, those guys have had my trunk for a week.
And here we have, well, these are some things we had left over from that last New Year's party. Pacing back and forth in their cage, we find two restless panthers. Bread and butter, 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 bread and butter. Well, here we have J. Wellington Buttonhook. Mr. Buttonhook used to thrill thousands at the circus by putting his head in a lion's mouth. In this cage, we find the Rocky Mountain Wildcat. Hey, Bud, hey, just a minute, Bud. Tell me, just what made you wild?
What made me wild? What made me wild? Well, I'll tell you. They called my name out at bank night, and I wasn't there!
Well, I guess that little fella finally took my advice and went home.
I'm a bad boy.
Tex would show me a picture of the character he wanted to portray. And then he would say, well, she's about 35 years old and thin and has a very altruistic approach to life. All of these things were injected into that character that he wanted. So you try out a few things here and there, and finally we would come to the conclusion that this is what we wanted. But he always knew what he had in mind.
Yes, the lovely and talented Miss June Foray, and that is a clip from the made-for-English television documentary Tex Avery, King of Cartoons, and I believe it's based on the book of the same name by Joe Adamson. I could be wrong, but Joe is interviewed quite frequently too in that documentary, so it probably is a companion piece to his book. What's up, everybody? I'm Trevor Thompson, the self-appointed Looney Tunes critic, and we are here once again. It is Tuesday, therefore it is Tex Avery Tuesday, and when I say we, I mean we are joined once again by my partner in crime, Pez Hofmann, and of course, when I say joined by Pez, I do mean he's here in spirit. What it is really is I think he had to go to the bathroom and also get himself something to drink, and we got started late on this thing, and he told me to start without him. So let's just start the cartoon, and Pez will be here shortly. And what perfect timing. I can see on Skype that Pez is joining us as we sit down and watch number 5 of the Tex Avery cartoons. This is the 5th Tex Avery cartoon at Warner's, right, Pez?
Yes, number 5. So this is the first in the list of Tex Avery cartoons that actually hasn't been released since Laserdisc.
And isn't it great to see Bob Clampett in the animators category there?
Yeah. Who else was listed? I was looking somewhere else.
Cecil Surrey.
Oh, yeah. Good old Cecil.
Yep. Now, this cartoon, the first time I ever saw this cartoon was I saw a piece of it in Bugs Bunny Superstar, because there's footage, which I'll play in our discussion after this. There's footage of Tex and I think Warren Foster. I could be wrong. But they act out the whole thing with the scarecrow and the crow with the corn cob.
No kidding.
Yeah, there's footage of that we'll look at after this.
I think, now this shot isn't particularly as good, I actually think the first shot of the cartoon might have been Clamp It. Did you notice how much more energy was in those drawings?
Yeah.
I mean, I have no idea, but I'm just assuming. I also think that we'll probably have to look out for something that we might think could be a McKimson scene.
Yeah, there's no, even if he doesn't get credit on Looney Wiki, you know, there's pretty much no cartoon before he started directing that McKimson didn't touch in some way the animation. You know, he was always the checker. He was always the guy that made sure that everything was copacetic.
Oh, that's cool.
Do you know?
I really like this character design of this little guy. I think that I feel like Cuphead would have ripped him off if they knew to watch this cartoon.
Dude, I was literally just thinking about Cuphead as you said that. I was like, I bet you dollars to donuts, any youngsters watching this right now are going to be like, this is Cuphead.
No, this is Crowhead.
Yeah. Very good. Pez has info and jokes, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. So, when did you first see this cartoon? Because I told my story.
When I was working with some friends creating an animated series that we wanted to pitch to Cartoon Network, we used to dig through the old VHS tapes at like the dollar store. And I'm sure this is one of those ones that we found on that tape. The Columbus, Ohio Public Library had an incredible video section, and I definitely rented VHS copies of the Golden Age of Looney Tunes.
And I think that's where we're getting this copy, actually.
I think so, too. But this is the Laserdisc rip.
Yeah. And
Look, there you go. There you go. Look at them speed lines. He's loving it already.
That's got to be Clamp It, you think?
No. I'm just saying this is Avery, speeding things up, like trying to. We're seeing the very beginnings of his style developing in that shot there, because he was hitting that bell faster and faster, so fast like that. We saw that in the first one he did, Gold Diggers 49. He did that, and I think he said that he pulled that from that Tortoise and the Hare Disney cartoon that he saw that, but he just sort of used it in a more comedic way, not just for speed, but for comedy speed. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does.
I love when characters pray in cartoons.
Yeah, you can't do that anymore, I bet, right?
Maybe not.
It is pretty rare. It was certainly rare in the 80s and 90s growing up. I remember seeing a preacher, Stimpy as a preacher in Ren and Stimpy once, and being like, wow, they acknowledged religion.
I like Donald Duck's faith the best because he only prays when he's in trouble.
Oh my God. So, I just want to say...
Let's cut that out.
No, that's staying in for sure.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Donald has... well, dude, what's his name? Clarence Nash was never fat, so... And have these big cheeks. Like, I can do droopy, but the thing I want to say real quick, I want to thank Thad Komorowski because he got us this copy.
There you go. There's good stuff. Thanks, Thad. Yeah, that's great stuff right there. I wonder if those are Tex Avery poses. Did you notice how the cartooniness just like elevated per minute? This shot too.
Yep. Yeah, let's say this for the record. Tex is one of the only, if not only, directors at Warner's that didn't animate, at least at Warner's, when he was a director. He lied to Leon Schlesinger and said, do I have this right? That he'd been at Lance as an animator. This, by the way, is the scene where it's Tex, and it could be.
So this is Tex acting it out, huh?
Yeah, Tex was the Scarecrow here, and
okay.
And
who's the pro?
I think Warren Foster, but I'm not positive. I'll look it up for the conversation after this, and we can look at it because I have a copy.
These are awesome.
Yeah,
this is specifically one of the scenes that I remember studying, just trying to learn. Like, I love that pose right there too. Just trying to learn like. How did people make expressions?
And this is 1936. And look at how cartoony it already is in an era that it took a while to really get cartoony. But this stuff must have stuck out like a sore thumb. Not a sore thumb, but must have stuck out.
A happy thumb.
A happy thumb. Wow.
Yeah, those are fun. Look, he's not snapping to pose as fast as he will later on, but he's already trying to make that stuff work. That's a pretty neat shot.
Wow, that's like a Tashlin attempt at doing something, because Tex really didn't mind about stuff being left to right in the staging a lot of the time. But oh no, now he's a seagull. Yeah, I love that gag. But yeah, he's so cute. Look at him. He's so cartoony all of a sudden now, too, like you said.
And they're doing personality animation on him, too.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's Clampett. But yeah,
I wish we knew who else worked on this. See those head rotations? That kind of stuff feels like a McKimson thing to me, too.
Yeah, and you know
who
what?
knows? Look at all the little folds and things in this. Maybe Cecil's good at folds.
Cecil Surrey. Yeah, there's no credits on the title card or on Looney Wiki for backgrounds. So what do you think? What would your educated guess be for this?
I would have to. We're gonna have to look it up, and we can kind of edit that back in. But I think this is probably the standard crew that would be doing the backgrounds. Like, I don't know, is Johnny Johnson there yet?
I'm sorry, I
know.
The gag itself was too funny there. See, right away, Tex just takes over and inundates you with. I remember Chuck said in his book something like, animation fans would learn a lot from Tex if they could stop laughing long enough.
Go back to 509.
Okay, I deleted it. Okay, I just closed the window. 509.
That is such a good pose. We're going to do another cartoon here a little later that definitely has animation by my favorite animator from the iWorks studio, Irv Spence. But man, does this pose look like an Irv Spence type pose. I wonder if I'm going to watch this scene here and see if he did this.
Are you talking about the rabbit or the scarecrow?
It's going to be the scarecrow, and he's going to snap to pose.
Yeah, that is a pretty cool.
You see how the fingers are grouped?
Yep.
That's a really Spence thing. And look at that pushed expression. Man, I wonder if Jones did this. Jones could, Jones was Grim Natwick's I don't know. He was like a cell washer, but he was also kind of like an assistant in a way to Grim Natwick. And so Jones picked up a lot of the curls and tricks that Grimm was doing at the iWorks studio. And Jones is at Warner's at this time animating. This could be a Jones pose.
You know what? Yeah, it could be. I mean,
look at that Grinch smile already. Huh?
You know what? That's a good enough argument for me. I mean, I definitely see what you're talking about in those because I've seen those hands on Bugs as late as the 40s. Some of the Jones outings in the 40s, like Elmer's, not Elmer's Pet Rabbit, but the one of those ones where Elmer brings him home. Dr. Kill Patient, Dr. Kill Patient. That really rubbery era of Chuck.
Somebody on the internet is going to be like, "You idiots! That was so and so." There's definitely more than 2 animators in this cartoon, and
it's a shame that Looney Wiki doesn't have more information. But then again, if it's not available, I gotta say something, Pez. I'm still looking at that pose, and the more I look at it, I'm shocked by how dynamic and how advanced it is for its time. It's 1936, and on his 5th cartoon, we're getting stuff like this. I mean, it's just.
There's another one in here that jumped out at me too. If you want to jump to the 52-second mark,
okay,
we can talk about that one too.
52-second mark. Hang on.
So this pose here, who knows who drew it? Maybe Jones, maybe Clampett, maybe it was somebody else. But this pose to me is screaming the iWorks studio. It looks so much like the type of drippy fingers you would get out of something like Balloon Land or a Willy Whopper cartoon. I don't know if you're familiar with those.
You're definitely the expert on stuff that the iWorks studio did outside of the stuff they did for Warner Brothers.
Yeah, I love the iWorks studio. It's my favorite animation studio, actually. It's the animation is so wacky and experimental on that period. It's like I love all the flips, and as the flips get a little bit later, it goes into like really interesting looking comic colors and woolly whoppers. And then unfortunately that studio closes in like 36. So
yeah, you're right.
For this cartoon to be in 36 could be that there's animators on this short that had come over.
I mean, we were talking earlier about Cuphead. For sure, those Flip the Frog cartoons were an influence on Cuphead.
For sure.
And in fact, I think one of the villains in Cuphead looks very Flip-ish. Isn't one of the boss villains like a giant frog or something?
Oh, those are not taken. Those two boxing frogs are taken from that band Bosco cartoon where they made Bosco a kid.
Oh,
it's I forget the name of it, but there's like two frogs. One frog was based on Louis Armstrong, and the other frog is based on
Fats Waller.
Yeah, Fats Waller.
There you go.
And there's all these weird frog Bosco cartoons, and that's what those Cuphead frogs are from.
Interesting. I mean, I knew that the iWorks studio was a big influence on Cuphead, but I didn't know to what extent. But my goodness. So I now have the footage queued up here from Bugs Bunny Superstar that shows Tex Avery, and who I have now learned is actually Cecil Surrey, the other credited animator for this cartoon. And this is I'm just going to show the scene, the finished animation, and I'm going to try and cut it together so that everybody can see what we're on about. If not, we'll just use it as it is. I'll just show it as it is in Bugs Bunny Superstar wholesale, basically. Here it is. But yeah, now that we've actually looked at it, the footage, I posit this theory to you, Pez, having watched that footage of Tex and Cecil. So when you were on New Looney Tunes, did you guys, because this is Tex's 5th cartoon, and somehow he's gotten access to a film camera, and it obviously pans out, it works, getting that film for reference. So I would imagine you guys film each other with your phones and stuff like that during meetings to get some of the stuff that you guys did on New Looney Tunes, right?
Yeah, specifically the showrunner, Matt Craig, he was the one that was pitching it. So he would present an outline to us, and then a bunch of storyboard artists would thumbnail the thing out. But then at the end of the day, when we would pitch it to the two execs, he would act it out and we would record it, and then you'd have that video as reference. So I mean, there's a specific drawing in a cartoon I made in the first season. It's called Bug Scouts, and Matt says like something like badges, and you see like the teeth all exposed, and I just like looked at his teeth and I referenced the angles of teeth and put those in Bugs Bunny's mouth.
Nice.
Very, very Scribner Clampett type thing to do to have realistic looking teeth in there, but it was a fun little drawing. And
well, also very, very cartoonist. I mean, it's sad that Looney Tunes is one of the only properties that still exists now that allows you to get that cartoony and that cartoonist driven.
It's one of the few, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But using a live action reference to help you in your work, as long as you're doing something that's somewhat complicated, it's meant to actually be a humanoid type character, it can be very helpful. Well, I did it on, I used it on, I think it was The Hard Times of R.J. Berger. It was either that or I used it on Ricky Gervais. One of those two. Something at Wild Brain that I worked on forever ago.
Oh, nice. So the old show business adage, Pez, is, leave them wanting more. So we should probably wrap this up for this week's installment of Tex Avery Tuesdays, unless, of course, you can think of anything else you'd like to say about I'd Love to Take Orders from You, Tex Avery's 5th cartoon at Warner's and as a director.
I guess I just wish we got more of the information correct.
Or how about this? Don't you wish we had a restoration of this?
Yeah, I do. I think this cartoon is definitely worth watching. The whole thing isn't particularly funny, but I think it's an important milestone for Tex just to see him. Is this the first one he did in color? No, it's not. The first one he did in color is Page Miss Glory, but this is the second one he did that's in color. I think that he's got good ideas for gags in here, like, for instance, the scare chart is pretty funny.
Yeah.
And then he's really trying to get his animators to learn how to do snap to pose, which will become very important for his directing style later on, you know, with the frozen drawings and stuff like that. And how cool is it that we got to find a scene where he used live action reference to get the acting right on this crow trying to hide this corn on the cob from the scarecrow.
That's pretty cool. It's a nice find, man. All right, guys. Well, that is going to do it for this installment of Tex Avery Tuesdays. And we're trying to make this show a semi-regular thing and trying to make it a special thing. So we're not gonna be doing these every Tuesday without fail. We've done 4 of them, and I think that's what we're gonna do now. We're gonna do, that's 4. There's 4 in a month. So we're going to do a month, and then we're going to take 2 months off and then come back, So we will be back in 8 weeks with the next installment of Tex Avery Tuesdays, and I hope you guys are as into that as you are into all this stuff, because we are really enjoying making this little series. It's a little more comprehensive than the commentaries. Takes a little bit more time to do, but in the end, I think it is worth it, and we hope you guys do too. So, like I say, that's going to do it for this installment of Tex Avery Tuesdays, and we will see you in 2 months. Thank you, Mr. Clampett. And that's all, folks.
About that.
them precious little honey lambs. Willie, you all hand over that book. Ah, Claire to goodness. You is too young to be reading that trash. And besides, if you all try to catch that worm, the old fox will catch you.
The fox? What's that, Mammy?
Oh, he's this tall, with big, round, green eyes, and a long, pointed nose, and long, sharp teeth. And he just loves to eat little birds, just like you. Now you all shut them big brown eyes and get to sleep.
Oh, I ain't scared of no old fox. I'm gonna get myself up early and get me that worm for breakfast.
Yeah, and the fox will get you.
Oh, who's scared?
Does y'all sleep good?
Yes, Mammy.
Yes, Mammy.
Yes, Mammy.
And just what does my little angels want for breakfast?
Worms! Worms! I don't want no worms for breakfast, Mammy. Neither does I, Mammy.
We were in a story meeting going over a storyboard, and Tex came in and threw a firecracker in and shut the door. And it went bang. It was a little one. And so we said, Tex, you crazy man. And we went on. The next day, we were in the same room, and in comes Tex, and he throws a firecracker in about that big. Throws it in and shuts the door, and we try to get out. And we were scraping the wallpaper off the wall trying to get out of there. And it was a fake. We found out. Things like that went on all the time.
The great frizz feeling. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, what's up? It is I, Trevor Thompson, the self-appointed Looney Tunes critic, and once again, it is Tex Avery Tuesdays. I'm joined once again by Pez Hofmann, the co-creator and co-host with the Mo-host.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, buddy. And we are doing these. We should mention real quick, Pez, we've changed up the schedule for these. You're a busy man, and so am I. So the first Tuesday of every month is now Tex Avery Tuesdays, and the first Tuesday of October is this one, and we are doing Egghead Rides Again.
One of my absolute favorite Tex Avery cartoons.
Yes. Now we should talk about the fact before we get into this that HBO Max did restore this.
Thankfully, that means we're winning. See, even we didn't even have to release this commentary, and they're picking up what we're putting out there.
That's true. It is nice. It is nice when stuff like this doesn't get a lot of attention. But you're right. The whole point of doing this series is to shed light on cartoons that don't have a lot of attention. So
See, if you would have released this video sooner, we could have pretended that we were responsible for it. But
true.
Now the cat's out of the bag.
The cat is indeed out of the bag. Now, if you want to see the entire thing, it's not on HBO Max anymore. They took it down. So Anthony's Animation Talk, he did a commentary of it. He's got a good copy of it. And as you're seeing on the screen here, these are some lovely shots of it here. But we're not going to be looking at that one. We're going to be looking at the one that we actually looked at and that we've all seen for a long time. So let's watch it now. As I looked it up, we are watching the 17th Tex Avery cartoon and the first Egghead cartoon.
And I wonder if this is the first Irv Spence. Irv Spence is this guy right here. This is his animation. My favorite animator from this period. And actually becomes one of my favorite animators of all time because he goes on to do the Tom and Jerry's.
Yep. Some
of the wackiest scenes in that. But he was, Irv Spence was at the iWorks studio also learning under Grim Natwick and Bernie Wolf and those guys.
So let's take a
Dad Burn.
Let's listen to this guy.
Get out and stay out, Dad Burn it. Burn it. I mean, Dad Burn it.
That's Billy Bletcher.
That's Billy Bletcher. There's Irv Spence again. You see those like really glossy eyeballs that look like squished balloons?
Yeah.
You'll see that all over the iWorks cartoons, like Balloon Land. I love those pinkies. See, that's why I thought that other thing was an Irv Spence pose, but it probably isn't because the animation wasn't as wacky as this and that on that Scarecrow cartoon.
I'd love to take orders from you. Let's I want to take a sampling of so we're talking about voices. Take a sampling of Egghead's voice in his first cartoon, because as many people know, Mel Blanc did eventually do Elmer Fudd's voice, but he did not originate it. Arthur Q. Bryan did. And as many know, Egghead is the precursor to Elmer Fudd. And he didn't do Egghead, but Mel Blanc originally did in this cartoon.
Those drawings were hideous, by the way.
Yeah. I didn't want to. No, we're back.
So Mel Blanc did the voice in this one.
Yeah, he does Egghead in this. And when we get to a point here where the dialogue comes up, I'll play it.
That's interesting. Hey, I've seen the sell for this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was at auction not that long ago.
Awesome. So, how do the colors look on this copy that we're watching?
Pretty similar. The cell's obviously a little washed out because it's really old. And wait a minute. Maybe it isn't this cartoon. Because I don't think they'd save the cells in 36. I think they saved the cells in like 37 or 38.
Hang on.
It looks just like that shot, though.
Because today I am a man.
There's no way that was Mel.
That's insane. That was Billy Bletcher there.
Yeah, that's not Mel. And Tex did some voices on this too, but
I think that it switches between two different actors within that shot.
Yeah, because I watched another portion of this earlier. That's when I was telling you before we were recording this. I was like, no, it's definitely Mel because you can hear that manic, daffy voice without the lisp. But
I love that animation of the guy chewing the tobacco. Look at that stuff.
Look at that.
It's amazing.
Popeye.
Oh my gosh, that is such. It's amazing how strong of an influence Grim Natwick was on the Warner Brothers style without ever even working there.
Yeah. Oh wow, there's some more hideous drawings for you. Going back to some.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh my god. So who's that animator that we're talking crap about? It's not Virgil Ross. Virgil Ross was.
I don't know. Virgil Ross would have done really nice stuff in this.
Yeah, he is uncredited though. He did work on this one, Virgil. And Paul Smith. We have to mention Paul Smith because Paul Smith is an animator that Tex brought over from Lance, and eventually.
Really?
And he went back to him, didn't he? Because he ended up directing the Woody Woodpeckers.
Yeah, Lance is like
Paul Smith
becomes the main Woody Woodpecker director after like 55 or around that time.
Wouldn't it be? I wonder if that's his animation that we're crapping on.
No, he was really good. He was really, really, really good. Especially in this period.
Look at this stuff. That's got to be McKimson.
You think that's Virgil?
Or McKimson. That's so sophisticated. I don't know. Not to take anything away from Virgil, but maybe they probably had to do reference for those bars.
Oh yeah, I bet they did.
And look at those lines. Oh man, those motion lines.
Isn't it funny that once you realize to look for those things in the Tex Avery cartoons that they just pop out at you?
Yeah. Whereas before you just feel them. I kind of miss those days, actually. Look at all this stuff.
If you notice, we're about at the 5.5 minute mark here.
Mm-hmm.
That's when the other cartoon also really picked up last week. Like when you get about 5 minutes in, like the cartoons just really go crazy. So
the energy just picks up.
Tex cartoons like progressively get faster and crazier as they go on versus just starting nuts from the top.
Mm-hmm. Hang on, I want to see if there's any dialogue we can use here. See, that sounds like Mel.
It does. That sounds like his Daffy Duck.
Yeah. So it's another one of those weird things where they and Danny Webb, where they have different characters, different actors do the same character. Danny Webb did a voice on here, and he was also a multiple character because he was 1/3 of the voice for Queenie in Coal Black, because Queenie had a singing voice, and then she had a male and a female voice. Hello, Bird Incorporated. That's the female. And then Blackout So White. That's Danny Webb. So that's a practice they don't do anymore, where they give different actors different registers for the same character.
And look, they have Irv Spence closing up the cartoon here at the end.
Look at those eyes.
Irv was for sure a much more sophisticated animator than a lot of the guys at Leon Schlesinger's at this time, I think.
Wow.
You know, coming. It's weird to think about it, but I think the iWorks studio is a pretty prestigious place.
This is Irv too, right?
Yeah, this is him too. You see how the arms aren't just noodles; they like taper.
Right.
Like there's a thickness towards the wrist, and then it goes to this thin little thing. That's something that was developed at the iWorks studio because UB didn't want to do tubes anymore that didn't have dimension.
Well, I heard Vincent Waller's a good friend, and he said one day over lunch that, you know, SpongeBob having noodle arms was a deliberate style choice because normally for the type of cartoon and the style that SpongeBob is going for, you don't want to have stuff that's too even. Because if it's even, it feels cold and dead and, quite frankly, like a lot of Cartoon Network stuff today. But the reason they did the noodle arms is to kind of throw you. It was a conscious choice because otherwise, like you say, it would taper. The conventional wisdom at the time when they were fleshing all that stuff out and taking Steven's rest in peace, Steven's original sketches and you know, developing the characters. Making
model sheets.
Right,
and stuff,
exactly. They consciously made the normally they would have had it taper and they wouldn't just be two straight lines, you know, making it, you know, even and you know, symmetrical the whole way through, because the brain, when the brain sees that stuff like that, it doesn't register as alive. It registers as dead and cold and something mechanical. But you know, the fact that it's uneven makes it feel real and natural.
Invented the tapered arms. But if you want to look at like a great example, let's look at Balloon Land.
Oh yeah, I'll do that right now.
So this is, in my opinion, one of the Irv Spence's greatest scenes. It's got all these wonderful curls and great acting, and I mean, Billy Bletcher's voice performance is hilarious in this.
What year was this?
I don't know off the top of my head. It's probably 35, maybe 34.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Because, so you have to think about, like, if these guys were getting this good at this studio, and then some of these guys went over to Warner's, that's what made Warner's progress quickly. And then you can see at the beginning and end of Egghead Rides Again that he's, you know, he just keeps getting better and crazier with the drawings.
Who animated that scene with the tobacco, where the guy eats the tobacco?
That's Irv.
That's Irv?
That's Irv.
Wow.
Because it's weird drawings that are just like, what is this? You know, I don't know, but I get the feeling that Virgil's scene is that scene with the horse with the thick legs.
Oh yeah? Why?
Yeah, that's running. It's just,
hang on.
That's the kind of stuff that he would do for Frizz.
Yeah, that looks like him. With the bowl, like with the heavy bow-legged legs.
Yeah, you see that stuff. And then, like, if you're like looking at some of the mouth expressions that are on Egghead when he's on top of the horse, I can kind of see some of his stuff that he would later do on Bugs Bunny, you know? Because you're not going to get super wacky stuff out of him. You're going to get solid stuff out of him.
Do you think it's a fair assessment when people, you know, whoever has said it, regardless of who has said it, do you think it's a fair assessment when people say that Egghead was a precursor to Elmer?
I think people say that because in the there's a cartoon where I think that the Egghead design is being used, but the Elmer voice is on him, or is it the other way around?
You might be right, but I've often thought that the only real connection was the nose and the fact that he's got, you know, that, you know, in Chuck's cartoon, Elmer's Candid Camera, he's kind of got Egghead's nose.
Wait, is it actually called Elmer's Candid Camera? It is, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a cartoon that Chuck, I mean, we can trash it all we want because Chuck himself trashed it and said, I highly recommend watching this cartoon only if you wish to die of ennui. So
there's really two great animators that are working on this cartoon, and because I'm not saying based on the credits, I'm saying based on looking at the shots, and I would say Virgil has got to be the other person.
Yeah,
that's doing the good stuff. Because who else would do it?
Well, me being the negative Nelly that I am, I want to know who did all that ugly drawing though of those extra guys that we saw. Those extra characters on the porch and everything. Because
Me too.
It doesn't look like Paul Smith. You said it definitely doesn't look like Irv. It definitely doesn't look like Virgil.
Do you know if Tex Avery drew his key poses for the guys?
I know he did when he got to MGM.
So maybe he's doing some of this stuff
himself.
Not animating it, but maybe like.
Hey, I am a man.
You think that's Tex? Like posing it?
No, I don't think that's a response animating for sure. But I'm kind of wondering, like, did Tex Avery sort of provide, like, push it this way, like, give me poses like this? I mean, I could see him doing that. I don't really know what Tex Avery's directing style was like in this time period.
That's kind of what we're trying to really figure out, because that's the whole point of this series in a lot of ways, is that, there's a lot that's unknown, about these cartoons. It's kind of why they're not restored a lot. There's not a lot of interest.
People don't praise them the way they should.
I have to praise you like I should.
Hello. Because there's obviously a lot of great work that went into the directing of these things.
Yeah.
This cartoon in particular really is feeling like a Tex Avery cartoon, I would say. The guys would get branded on the butt.
I will tell you, this model sheet that you sent me of him, of Egghead,
yeah,
it's fucking gorgeous.
It's really
just
pretty.
Gorgeous, yeah. And and they did a really good job of. I wish I could. It's probably Virgil Ross that drew it, right? If not McKimson.
I don't know. Maybe Avery drew it. I don't know.
That's a good. Yeah. So anyone looking on the screen right now, if you can let us know who drew this this model sheet.
It's cool. It's weird that of all the Egghead cartoons, that's one that actually survived. I just want to say as a last comment, these backgrounds are really nice, and I do feel like that this is perhaps Johnny Johnson, but Johnny Johnson did oil, and these are definitely watercolor.
Yeah, they're not oil. I see. That's the thing. I see what you're saying, but just for the sake of plausible deniability, is it possible that these backgrounds are oil and we just can't really see because the quality's so low?
No, because you're getting a lot of washes. If you look at these like 222, if you look there, there's like a background pan going fast, and you can actually kind of see the watercolor washes and the layers in the groundwork there.
Oh, yep. Yeah, you're absolutely right. See, this is why we have you on the show, Pez. You're a better man than me. And
then the clouds are probably airbrush. It looks like it to me. Another shot that's pretty cool is at 3:35, and you can see this like sort of Western cactus plant thing there. It's pretty cool.
Yep.
It almost looks like you're seeing watercolor paper texture coming through in some parts, but that could be the poor video quality.
All right, man. Well, we need to move on because I'm just gonna keep looking at this cartoon. It's gorgeous.
I know we are. The scene. Okay, I think these are definitely Johnny Johnson background paintings. Can you confirm that, Trevor?
Yeah, it says that on Looney Wiki, and you were saying that it looks like
they look like the background work that was done in The Wacky Wabbit, which is an Avery cartoon that was not finished by Avery. It was finished by Clampett.
You know what? That makes complete sense, because I don't think Johnny went over to Clampett's unit, did he?
I don't know. I mean, I don't even know if Johnny Johnson stayed at Warner Brothers.
Because me neither.
Did he go to MGM?
I don't know. My understanding is that Michael Sasanoff was Clampett's background guy.
Oh, really?
Am I wrong about that? Somebody?
Yeah, maybe. Go on your video. Go to 546, and you'll see a beautiful color palette being used in watercolor for these roads with these like mountain pillar thingies.
Yeah. Okay.
Doesn't that, even though this is not an oil painting, and those wacky wabbit backgrounds were painted, I think, on glass. They're oil on glass, but this looks like it's the work of the same painter, even though it's a slightly different medium.
Okay, his first Michael Sasanoff's first background gig for Clampett was Wagon Heels.
Oh, no kidding.
Which was 1945. So much for that theory.
There you go. That's really cool.
But by the way,
thanks for looking that up.
I will tell you this: Sasanoff does hold the distinction of being the only background artist to also be a writer and director.
Did I say wacky wabbit? I meant wabbit twubble.
Yeah, I think you did, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, well, that is going to do it for this month's installment of Tex Avery Tuesdays. We will be back next month, the first Tuesday of November. And should we tell the good folks what cartoon we're going to do in November?
Mm-mm.
No? Okay.
But I thought it was a Sunday.
Yeah, I know. That's the whole I think that's funny. Tex Avery Tuesdays, but it's on a Sunday.
I like the Tuesdays.
All right. We'll see you guys next week.
Thanks for having me.
No, thanks for being had. I have to praise you.
Tonight is amateur night. Next we have...
She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes along. She'll be coming round the mountain when she...
Next we have...
She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes...
Next we have a talented artist, Maestro Padawisky.
Shh. Padawisky's gonna play. Padawisky's gonna play. Padawisky's gonna play. Shh.
and everything. Oh, hee la da 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 la da 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 da
It's a killer. It's a killer.
Next on the program, the Hindu mystic Swami River and his basket trick.
First, I must have a subject from the audience. Ah, come right up, my good man. Now, into the basket. Penny, up. Up. Usher, give this gentleman his money back.
Now we have the world's smallest entertainer. Teeny tiny teensy tinny tinny tin. Big McPoodle and his trained dog act.
Roll over. Play dead. Sit up. Speak. Unaccustomed as I am to public speaking, from the rock-bound coast of Maine to the sun-kissed shores of California.
That's a good one. Boy, that sure gets me.
To be or not to be. To be or not to be. To be or not to be. That is
the balcony scene from Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo?
Here, my love, in the bushes at the bottom of the garden.
Good night, good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow, really it is.
Oh, my darling, my only one. I love you more than anything.
This is killing me.
Oh, Juliet, my love, let me thrill again to the soft, sweet tones of your voice.
And now, folks.
Cherry coming round the mountain when she comes. Cherry coming round the mountain.
And now, folks, let's see who wins the cup.
His idea of making a picture was, give me an opening and a closing and give me 30 gags and I'll make you a cartoon. That's not the kind of a writer that the film business is used to, but that's what it was. So when these gags would come out, when we'd see a picture, he'd analyze each gag, get a reaction. He'd go to a theater to see how the gag went over. And he was very sensitive about failure. God, he would be an absolute nervous wreck.
Mike Law, one of the screwier and zanier animators of the classic era. Also, Bill Hanna of Hanna-Barbera, Bill Hanna's brother-in-law. I've heard that they were not necessarily the best of pals, even though they were related by marriage, not marriage to each other. Yeah, I'll just say this. Mike Law did not work at Hanna-Barbera. He never did. So anyway, enough about those two great men. I am a man, not so great, but Trevor Thompson, the self-appointed Looney Tunes critic here, and once again, it is Tuesday, Tex Avery Tuesday. Well, actually, it's not Tuesday where we are. We're recording this. It seems for some reason Pez and I, whenever we record these is always a Sunday. I'm joined again by Pez, who is not here at the moment. He will be joining us in just a second. He said to get started without him, and that'll be just enough. Oh, I see him. I can see him on the Skype now, so he's getting ready. But it's just enough time to talk about the fact that this cartoon was restored and also now off of the platform, the HBO Max platform. This is a screen, not a screen capture, but a video of his screen. Andrew Fortner took the YouTuber known as Adam Fortner, took a video of this cartoon before it was taken down again. My assumption, and this is just an assumption as to why it came down, is probably because of this character here. The racial insensitivity of it. So that's my guess. I don't know what the actual reason is. No one in the know actually knows at this point, or rather, nobody in the know who knows is saying anything, probably because of contractual reasons. But anyway, those of you, I should say, who were lucky enough to see this cartoon when it was on HBO Max, and as you can ascertain from this video, can see they did a great job. They did a really good restoration, and it's going to be even harder to it's going to be even easier to confuse it with She Was an Acrobat's Daughter now both of those cartoons are restored. That is, of course, if we ever get to see the restoration again. We do have a good copy of it here, and I am going to play it now okay, here we go. And that rumbling of the mic means that we are being joined by
Sorry, I had to cough.
The co-host with the mo-host, Pez Hofmann, and also Director of Communications at Animation Resources and a storyboard artist in his own right. And Pez, we're here once again for Tex Avery Tuesdays, as we do every Sunday. And we're watching Amateur Night. And I want to apologize up front because I'm going to be distracted for this one because I love this cartoon and it's so fucking funny.
This is one of my top 5 Tex Avery cartoons.
Yeah.
I've watched this cartoon so much, I actually thought it was on the Golden Collection. Yeah. But this cartoon hasn't been released to home video officially since 91, I think.
92, actually. There was a VHS. Okay, we need to pause here real quick so we can hear the voice.
When she comes along, she'll be coming around the mountain when she...
Next we have...
She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes along.
Next we have...
This is one of those Egghead cartoons where Mel Blanc does the voice again.
It is?
It must be because there's no other voice credit on Looney Wiki or... so we'll have to listen for that next time Egghead comes out.
So apparently Tex Avery liked the idea of the amateur hour that he did in I Love to Singa, and then this is the result of that. He made a whole cartoon of just amateur hour. I I wish that we knew who the animators were in this, but I guess that's okay because we'll just talk about Tex Avery's actual direction instead.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Aww. Oh, that looks like it hurts.
Now, this gag is reused in Musical Maestro in '52 over at MGM.
Phil Kramer is who I'm guessing this is because it's a singer.
Oh, it's a caricature of?
No, it's a singer. Oh, here's Tex.
It's a killer. It's a killer.
And I've weighed in on this, but I've firmly changed my mind that Tex does not voice the hippo in Hold the Line, Please.
Interesting. It would make sense that he wouldn't because it wasn't his cartoon.
Yeah.
I've always wondered who animated the guy that's doing the talking, and I originally would have thought it was Irv Spence, but to me it almost isn't wacky enough for him.
No, it's very kind of. Let's listen for the dialogue here. See if Egghead talks. Nope.
He doesn't talk for a while.
Penny, up.
Oh no.
Here it is.
Usher, give this gentleman his money back.
This cartoon has a couple of really good belly laughs in it.
Yeah, like I said, we're gonna be distracted.
I think that this is, I don't know if this is the cartoon that Tex Avery perfected his timing on, but it definitely is a perfect example of how good Avery got at Warner's before he went to MGM, which is why we need to do these, because people should be praising his Warner Brothers work just as much as the MGM stuff.
Because the stuff that gets praised is the stuff that gets restored and then inexplicably taken off the platform.
That's right. That's right. Camera shake.
Can you imagine how hard that must have been to do to figure out beforehand all those shakes and where you had to place the camera? Now you had something you wanted to say.
This is my favorite scene. Just let's listen to it.
Okay,
it's my favorite.
Let's bring this up here.
Sit up. Speak. Unaccustomed as I am to public speaking, from the rock-bound coast of Maine to the sun-kissed shores of California.
And we're being
so that for me, you know how you said it a couple weeks back that that you used to repeat like don't ever do that with your buddy Sean.
Yeah.
Me and my buddy Mark, we always would do that line to each other. From the rock-bound coast of Maine. It's such a sophisticatedly animated scene too. If you look at the surrounding scenes, like there's a lot of really great posing with that walrus man type character, and then the dog poses are really specific too. It makes you really wonder who did that stuff.
Yeah, and we were talking also about Cuphead over the last few weeks. This is too late for an influence to be Cuphead worthy, because the sophistication that you were talking about, Cuphead's influence really does stop at a certain point in the mid 30s, and this is 1939.
So you're right. So they could squeeze in maybe a chicken, but it's not as now. It's not as wonky.
Is it possible that some part of the reason why we may be having this Mandela effect thing of thinking that this cartoon was restored and on the Golden Collections is because the Daffy Goes Hollywood cartoon is that what it's called? Daffy Duck in Hollywood.
That's on there, and also Acrobat's Daughter is on there, and that's a similar kind of a cartoon too.
But this character here, this chicken, this Katharine Hepburn chicken, isn't she in that cartoon too?
Yeah, you're right. She is.
So maybe that's
very similar scene.
Part of the reason why.
Maybe so. This is the kind of stuff that to me would be like a Virgil Ross or a McKimson scene.
Yeah.
Because it has so much of that head rotation and the head petting and stuff.
And it's all close up too. You have to really get, acting, you know.
You know, that's the one gag in this cartoon that I don't care for.
I think that's Mel.
The chicken gag. Oh, you think that was Mel?
Yeah, we missed it, I guess. But yeah, it sounded like Mel for the little bit that I had.
Yay! I was scared for the dog.
You scared the hell out of my cat. Hey, buddy, looked at me.
Cheer for the dog. I want the dog to win.
Oh, here we go.
Who's the poor sap that had to animate that scene for the entire duration of the production schedule?
Yeah, actually had to animate it. Couldn't do like a loop and then, you know, copy paste a whole bunch. Oh crap, I just lost it. But yeah, so that's definitely been. It's to me, it's neck and neck with that in terms of my favorite that we've done so far. Neck and neck with that and the Haunted Mouse. But I will acknowledge that the Haunted Mouse, part of the fun of us watching that for me was the fact that we'd never seen it before.
Yeah, it's not that. It's nowhere near as good as this. I mean, this one to me is maybe on the level of.
It's really good.
It's probably on the level of like. The Red Hot Riding Hood stuff.
Yeah, it's worthy. It's on the level. Okay, so we were talking about this earlier. I'm gonna break this down.
Well, let's defend why we think it's so good.
Okay.
I think that there's a lot of original gags in it. A lot of gags that are like being timed perfectly. There's a lot of great posing. There's a lot of specific character acting and all these different little character shots. You know. You know who everybody is. No one is generic in this entire cartoon. Not even the audience member that's the hippo.
Right. Well, you know what I think is that there's something to be said too about these kind of cartoons where they become a certain type of cartoon. Like Book Review was a cartoon of its own type where the covers of books jump off and start, you know.
That's the last one of those, isn't it? Speaking of the weather and Have You Got Any Castles are the other ones.
Right. And the thing is, there's always going to be a best one of those genre. And I don't know that this is such a great cartoon, but this speaks to what the quote unquote genre of this cartoon would be, the theater, audience, rejection, interaction, American Idol kind of thing going on.
Yeah, it's very much like just American Idol audition skits and stuff. Totally.
And it may be the best one of them. So that, you know, it's got to be the best, right?
Here's what I want to know. It's a story by Jack Miller. Who's Jack Miller? And did he really do the story, or did Tex and him do it together? Like what did the story consist of?
He worked on You Ought to Be in Pictures. He worked on this one. He worked on a lot of well, I'll give you the list. He did Have You Got Any Castles, by the way.
Okay. So you know what? Maybe he is a really good gag man then.
Yeah.
That may be what he's really good at, is stringing a bunch of gags together.
Although Heck Allen is on record as saying that, you know, Tex didn't use his writers for the gags. Tex was always in charge of the gags. The writer was there to figure out a scenario for him to put gags in.
Anyway, that's the way it would begin. He'd call me in, and we would talk. I would listen to what he thought, because I knew that's going to be in the end what it would be.
Okay, there you go.
So maybe that was his contribution.
Maybe so. Well, it's funny how this cartoon is so good that it's like there's so many good things to talk about that you just look around and you're like, what do I want to talk about here?
Yeah, well,
it's like,
we could talk about...
the dog that always talks out of one side of his mouth, and then the egghead appearances are extremely well animated and very well timed, very funny. Don't be coming around the mountain when she goes.
And this is one of Sarah Berner's great performances for Looney Tunes.
The little flea.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And also there's an actor named Phil Kramer who does the Master of Ceremonies, and I think he does this character. I think I thought it was Mel for a while, but I really do think that Phil Kramer does this guy's voice too. They sound very similar. They sound very like it, and also on IMDb, he's credited for the Master of Ceremonies voice, but I do think he also does this character too.
That scene, we looked a while ago at Tex Avery doing live action reference with in a parking lot or in the studio lot for The Crow in that Scarecrow cartoon.
Yeah, I
wouldn't be surprised if this scene with the basket was live action reference as well. There's something about it that it's timed right. It's got good little personality moments. The way that he goes up, and he the way he picks up the lid of the basket and just slowly closes it. It definitely feels acted out.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's an acting moment, and yeah, I mean. Yeah, that would probably...
There's a complicated move here right before the curtain closes where he folds his arms back, which I don't think you could do without reference. I don't know. I mean, we're just speculating here, folks, but you can even see the fingers go from rubber hose sausage fingers into little human hands as it...
Holy shit, you're right.
Yeah.
Holy shit, Pez, good eye.
When he grabs the basket, too, his hands become little human hands.
Yeah, I think I'm going to count the fingers. I think they actually have 4 fingers.
That's also, that can also be attributed to assistant work. So, I'm going to talk about iWorks again. So at the iWorks studio, when you watch a lot of those cartoons, you'll see a thumb, a pointer finger, and a mitten. And that's because the assistant didn't clean up the animator's shorthand. In early Daffy cartoons at Warner's, you'll notice Daffy isn't talking. He's not moving his mouth when he's talking.
Shut your mouth, Zoltan Shah. Silence is food.
Yeah.
That's also because the assistants didn't do it. And the animator was like, yeah, the assistant will do it. And that's not because it was done the way Fleischer cartoons were done, where the voice work was added after. It's the assistant didn't finish the job.
Nice.
So I would assume that what we're seeing here, when it goes from really solid drawing into some sausage fingers, it's just the in-betweens are done by the assistant.
But yeah, it has to be some kind of live action reference because the sophistication completely changes.
Yeah, for the rest of the cartoon. The only other scene that's even better than that is that dog, which is super cartoony, super pushed poses. It has interesting anatomy on it, when he's bending his arms, and they do that taper rubber hose thing. Go ahead and frame by frame, starting around 4:43.
Okay.
So I have thought that this was Irv Spence. I don't think it is. I've also thought that this is maybe Chuck Jones.
There are a couple of single frames here that for sure I've thought were Chuck because of the eyes.
Mm-hmm. And the mouth shapes too, right?
Yeah, but they could be poses that, because this does not look like Chuck's animation at all.
It doesn't. So here's who I think it is then. And I don't know the name of the guy, and I feel awful that I don't, because it's one of my absolute favorite scenes. And I was at Van Eaton Galleries many, many years ago in California, and Mike pulled out a stack that was honestly 200 drawings. It was a complete scene from one of my favorite cartoons, the Henpecked Duck.
Yep.
And it's
one of the first commentary you and I ever did together, by the way.
That's right. That's my go-to cartoon. When I want to make somebody enjoy Looney Tunes cartoon they've never seen, that's what I go to. But so there's a scene in that cartoon where he goes, Alakazam, 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 Alakazam. Does this ever happen to you? Something like that. He just snaps out of it and leans on the side of the film frame. Yeah. That whole sequence, I was able to flip through it, and those drawings look a lot like these drawings. Who animated on the Henpecked Duck?
John Carey. John Carey.
John Carey, Izzy Ellis, and Veve.
I've got Vive. Risto.
Oh, that's interesting.
Was a Finnish American animator. He worked variously on Warner Brothers, Walter Lantz, and Hanna-Barbera. Also drew comics for Dell Western from 42 to 64. He animated on, I'll read you all of the cartoons he did for Warner Brothers.
It's going to be too hard. It's going to be too hard to figure out who it is, but it is a standout piece in the cartoon, for sure.
You know, there's nothing about the body that says, or even the staging that says Chuck, but these eyes and these mouths, boy. If ever I've seen Chuck animation, and I have,
it reminds me of the drunk dog in Porky's Party.
Oh yeah,
but it's
Chuck,
not. It's different.
I think we can move on from that part though, because
sorry about that.
It's just gonna fucking torment me.
Yep. This is a good one.
This cartoon's so fucking good. It's like you said, we're running out of things to say just because we're spellbound by it. And you know, none of these other characters. It's weird too. None of these other characters, with the exception of Egghead, went on to be really much of anything else. You know, I've never seen that Fox character. You know, this character here.
To be or not to be.
Yeah, he doesn't. Where does he fit in the whole continuity of?
Yeah, let's put him in World of Mayhem.
I was just gonna say, why don't you talk to Scopely about putting him in World of Mayhem? Let's see if he.
I like of all the characters that I would love to have a figure of. I would love to have a figure of the dog host.
Oh yeah.
Just as a bookend, you know, leaning against the side of the stage.
So here's what.
And then I would my bookends would be that on one side, and on the other side it would be McPoodle or whatever his name is.
They don't
his Fleabag, his dog.
They don't even acknowledge the Fox character on Looney Wiki.
McFoodle.
They all they have in Looney Wiki for the characters is Egghead, various contestants, which would apply with him, I guess. Audience with crushed feet, Hippo, Flea, Juliet Hen, and Master of Ceremonies. So yeah, the Fox gets no love. He doesn't even have a name. His name is various contestant. As is one or two others. Yeah, he's a great actor.
To be or not to be. That is the.
Oh man, it's been a long week, Pez. I think we need to pack this shit up. We all got to go to. Well, you got to go to work tomorrow. I got to sleep late and start working whenever I want to from home. And
what day is it? I don't know. It's coronavirus.
Yeah, it's coronavirus day, baby. So hey, can you think of anything that we need to add about this cartoon, this wonderful, amazing Tex Avery cartoon, before we wrap up?
Summarizing, it's got great, simple shots that make the gags all play super clean and clear. They're timed perfectly. When you hear about Tex Avery going into the film and cutting out frames to make sure the animation was timed exactly as he wanted it, nitpicking it to death, I bet you this is one of the ones he did it on, because this is one of his masterpieces, in my opinion.
All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for this edition of Tex Avery Tuesdays. Pez, thank you for sitting in with me as always, and we'll see you next week.
Crazy coffin king, the one who's fun alone. See his name on the train. Tex Avery. Tex Avery. Tex Avery. Ferris wheelhouse, rock, rock, rock. Ferris wheelhouse, rock, rock, rock. Ferris wheelhouse, rock, rock, rock. Ferris wheelhouse, rock, rock.
gonna catch me a rabbit. Well, shut my mouth. Rabbit tracks. Gusher height. All right, Mr. Rabbit, I'll got you covered. And put up them hands or else I'll blitzkrieg you. Now you march. You get going, Rabbit. Oh, no, you don't.
What's up, Doc?
I just done shot me a rabbit, and you all, I was. Where's my gun? Where's my gun? Where is it?
Here you are, Doc.
Where is it? Which way did he go? Which way did he go?
There he goes.
Where?
There, go get him.
Don't do that! Now I got you, you little old fuzzy-tailed bunny. Uh-oh. I sure enough got you this time, you little old lonely rascal.
What's cooking, Doc?
Too bad. Oh well. Say your prayers, Rabbit.
Now, wait a minute, Doc. Relax. Now, hold it a minute.
What y'all got there, man? It couldn't be a pair of them.
Just 4 bits, Doc.
You're faded. Let 'em go.
Well, sorry, Doc. That's gonna catch me a Mississippi. Well, call me Adam.
As you got into the 40s, they specifically aimed at a kind of a dating audience, you know, the teenagers and the young kids, and let's give them something that was not too much like kids. The funny thing is, Tex Avery, who came up with Bugs, his whole word for that whole syndrome of cartoons was fuzzy bunnies. He did not want to make any fuzzy bunny pictures. Wow. And of course, that's what Disney made. And so when they told him they were going to name his character Bugs Bunny, I can tell you he was not very happy. It's funny, I've been talking about Bugs Bunny for the last 2 months and writing about him for the year before that. And that's not the name Tex wanted to give him.
Yes, the great Joe Adamson. And that clip, by the way, was provided by another great guy, the great Greg Duffel. And I'm Trevor Thompson, the self-appointed Looney Tunes critic. Not great by any means. Great in size, not stature. And I'm joined by another great man, my good buddy Pez. And once again, we are here for Tex Avery Tuesdays. How you doing, Pez?
I'm doing great. That was a great clip that Greg dug up.
Yeah, we owe a lot to Greg in many ways. But yeah, he's one of these guys that just has tape, you know, just libraries of tapes. And it's not enough that he has them and, you know, a way to convert them, but he also has them. Like, he gets the professional equipment, like, you know, for all sorts of different formats of tapes that I didn't even know existed. It's amazing. And and he gets things like, you know, time-based correctors and all this stuff. So that's the quality of that clip. That's why it looks so good. And speaking of quality of clip, the copy that we have of Fox and Hounds today is pretty good, and that's not because, you know, normally when the clip looks pretty good, it's because we get it from a collector. In this case, it looks pretty good because I faked it. This is me doing some editing, some trickery.
There's few people out there that may have seen the Tex Avery French DVD set of his MGM cartoons. That's the only Tex Avery set that I know of that included a bunch of the Warner's cartoons. And they weren't restored, but they were higher resolution prints than what you would get on the Laserdisc.
Probably because the transfers were newer. They probably did some new transfers for the DVD, even if they were standard def.
Maybe so, yeah.
They would certainly be newer than the broadcast tape standards that we've had for decades. We had for decades in America, but this copy that I made is from that French DVD that you're talking about, Pez. I wish I had actually. You and I have been super fucking busy lately, so I wished that we could have, you know, tried a little harder to get an actual copy of the DVD, the French DVD. But what I got was a French broadcast from the DVD, presumably off of Daily Motion. Another French great. The French love Tex Avery.
You should have asked me. I have it.
I don't know, man. I feel like I did pretty good. I do.
I said you should have asked me. I have that DVD.
For the record,
a friend of mine loaned it to me at Warner Brothers.
Well, you know what, dude? Fuck you then, because here's the thing. I sent this copy to you that I made, and you were like,
I thought it looked good.
Yeah, you said it looked good, but you didn't offer up to send a better copy to me.
Right, because it looks like the same copy that I have. So it looks identical.
Identical. Oh, okay. Well, then never mind. Well, I think there's some, we'll see it as we go, but there's some pixelation in this because whoever uploaded it is obviously not a professional. Yeah, this is Foxes and Hounds. You know, last month we did Amateur Night, one of the very funny later Tex Avery cartoons, and this one is much like that.
Number 48.
Number 48.
Tex Avery cartoon that he directed at Warner Brothers.
And how many did you say he did altogether?
It looks like 61.
Wow. So yeah, this is definitely towards the end. So here we go, everybody. Let's enjoy Of Foxes and Hounds.
Good Saturday morning.
I did a good Saturday morning job of making this intro here, because this is that's a restored opening that looks better than anything on HBO Max. Maybe I'll make a video showing how I redid that intro, but it is the French version that we're looking at.
Yeah, it's a good copy on the French set.
Yeah. I took the laser disc, the American laser disc audio, and just timed it, corrected the time so that it would fit. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I you know what? It's funny looking at this opening and seeing the restorations that have been done on HBO Max. I can't wait for them to actually do this one, because with our track record, if we do a commentary on it, the restored version of the cartoon will come out in about a month.
That's true. That's the way it's been working out. It's really weird. I know it sounds egotistical to say, but it is actually true. We're not saying that we're the reason for that, but that is the way it's been going lately.
I've always wondered about this scene here, if this was drawn and painted normal and they used a camera effect to make it look dark to do the sunrise, or if it's just a dark print, because both prints I've seen of the opening of this cartoon are quite dark in the beginning.
Yeah. It probably is an optical effect.
It may be. This stuff here is I guess we said this is the 48th cartoon. And my gosh, are the animators already at their peak?
Yeah.
How solid and yet how rubbery these characters are. It's amazing.
Yeah, if nothing else, you could do a whole dissertation on the run cycles in this, the innovation of the run cycles.
Definitely. And then we've got isn't it funny how Bugs Bunny was sort of this moment, and then they moved past it, and then they were like, hey, wait a minute, no, we should go back and make more Bugs Bunny cartoons, because here's Tex doing another one like Crackpot Quail.
Yep. He's trying to figure out who the best physical embodiment of this wiseacre character is going to be. And I mean, just listen to the character for we'll play some dialogue in a second here, but when you listen to the voice, it is Bugs, at least what Bugs was in 1940 when they did A Wild Hare.
Right.
I mean, this is the end of that year, too. This is December 1940 when this came out.
December 7th. You're right. Uh-huh. And then Avery is doing Willoughby in this cartoon. Does he do them in all of them, or?
Gosh, that's something I should know. I feel like he would.
It's those oil paintings.
Yeah. I feel like he would voice Willoughby, because he really fell in love with the Lenny character from Of Mice and Men when Chuck Jones introduced him to
the book.
Yeah.
Well, I guess this cartoon actually came out after the first film version of it too, right?
Yeah, that would be true. Yes. But let's see if we can get some dialogue here of Bugs Fox.
Say, did you see a little red fox? Pardon me, but my name's
Willoughby.
Yeah, Willoughby. That's it.
My name's George.
Even in the Bugs Bunny pose.
Yeah, exactly. The Robert McKimson pose.
Yeah, this is some Robert McKimson scene here, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly feels like it.
Maybe not this one, but the one before when Willoughby had the big teeth expression, that definitely looks like McKimson, in my opinion. Not only does he draw solid, but he has very specific, exaggerated expressions that he does.
Yeah.
Whereas Scribner's exaggerated expressions are different all the time.
Yeah.
McKimson's
there you go.
Exaggerations don't have as much variety. I would guess that McKimson did all of these crazy runs.
Yes, that's what the guess is, and they're all, like I said, the innovation is what a cycle can actually be.
I have drawings that I can give you that I grabbed off of the Heritage Auction site a while ago that are of Willoughby from was it The Heckling Hare? Is that what that last?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's the famous one.
Yeah.
I got another good reuse of a not a background, but oh wow, he's still in the costume. I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
He
Yeah, so couldn't we say this is not only like a proto Bugs again, but after Bugs Bunny, but it's also a proto George and Junior cartoon in a way?
Absolutely, right down to the voice, because Tex did the voice at MGM too.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's a great gag.
I mean, yeah, and it's a perspective change too, because so much of what Tex does is left to right staging, and you don't really care because it's so perfect about structuring gags and stuff. But that's, I wonder who I want.
That's a good observation.
It's true though. Like he's so brilliant and it's so funny you don't really notice it, but it's definitely more apparent at the MGM's time in his life.
These cartoons that he made around this 1940-39 period, they all appear to have extremely long background pans. Like, I can imagine that his background painter, Johnny Johnson, just would spend a long time just painting one massive background, just go back and forth on.
Yeah, this is Johnny Johnson.
It is. I didn't look at the credits, but it looks like his work.
It looks like it to me. I will have to, when this is over, we'll have to look at it on what Looney Wiki says. But it certainly looks like what I've learned Johnny Johnson to be from doing these episodes.
Uh-huh.
It definitely looks like oil. That looks like Scribner.
No, it did kind of look like him there.
I think I do think that might be either.
It wasn't very wacky.
No, but you got to remember, Avery didn't utilize his wackiness as much as Clampett. I mean,
That's true.
You got to look for the wrinkles. That's the one carryover. I don't know the younger audiences get what that is. That is a legitimate...
What, Hotfoot?
Yeah, the Hotfoot was a legitimate prank that people used to pull on each other back in the day. If not in life...
Dude, it's a legitimate prank they played on each other at Termite Terrace, that's for sure.
I know that it would probably be an HR issue at Wabbit. But, yeah, you could definitely get the Hotfoot back in those days. And that was the gimmick is... The joke is you're supposed to, smell something burning and put it out before it hits your foot. It's that's the sportsmanship of it, is that you're giving someone a fighting chance to smell and to notice it and put it out.
Okay.
I wonder if that's reference.
Yeah, this is Rotoscope. Probably. I'm sure if we knew the live-action Warner film library well enough, that we would find that stuff somewhere.
So this is Willoughby's first cartoon, and the last time he looked like this.
They redesigned him right after this one?
Yes. Yeah, he doesn't look like this ever again.
Geez, looking at this cartoon, it looks like the McKimson would have animated most of the entire thing.
It looks. That's what I mean. It's like Scribner was basically. I don't want to say it, but he was kind of a McKimson prototype when Tex was using him.
That's interesting. I mean, Scribner always had really solid drawing.
Yeah.
But he does thinking drawings, is what people like to call them.
Ooh, I've never heard that terminology before. It's
because his in-between drawings look like they're in-between expressions, in between, let's say if you make a happy face and a sad face, there's like a human being is thinking about their transitions, and Scribner draws that. It's what makes his animation so unique.
So,
yay! That's a great cartoon.
So the real reason now this is an episode of note, Pez, because up until this episode of Tex Avery Tuesdays, they've all been kind of you've been the driving force behind them. I don't know what the adjective version.
Oh, I picked them. I picked.
You picked them, but it's not
this one.
It's not just that you picked them, but you were the kind of the through line of like why we should pick them, what the significance was. It wasn't just a random thing. For me, this was actually kind of random because it was the other 2 weeks ago, after 2-3 weeks ago, I was working on the review for Bugs Bunny's Looney Tunes, and I was interviewing Greg Ford, and. Greg's one of those people that, if he wasn't so interesting and funny and have such a vast array of knowledge about this stuff, you'd eventually get tired of him because he goes off kilter and everywhere and talks and goes on rants and everything. You're just happy to have it. So once he started talking about something that you and I talked about before, and he noticed about Disney animation, is the personality animation of the day that was kind of changing everything.
Well, Disney always self-proclaimed that he had done that first with Three Little Pigs. And, it definitely is a big milestone for the company, but I kind of feel like that there are earlier examples, but I wouldn't take away the milestone of how incredible Three Little Pigs is. But I honestly, I would look at even some of the Fleischer stuff and say that there is some pretty darn good personality animation that's taking place prior to 33.
Well, okay, at any rate, this is 40, and at any rate, this is, again, it's not arbitrary, me picking this cartoon, because when I specifically asked him about Tex, he went on about Fox and Hounds. So
awesome.
Here's what he had to say.
Really cool.
Yeah, here it is. Here's what he had to say about it. In your mind, what would be a good example of personality animation for the early Tex Warner Brothers shorts?
Well, Warner Brothers. Well, of course, he didn't have those Disney animators there yet so much, you see. So it's like, but I love, I love Fox and Hounds. Which really was the beginning of Bugs Bunny, except it was a fox and not a rabbit. But Fox and Hounds is this brilliant film, and it's really a breakthrough animation-wise for McKimson. I'd say McKimson was a great animator. People don't understand how great an animator he was, actually, because he wasn't as good a director as he was an animator, but at that time, he was close to astounding, and what Avery did with Warner's was, it was taking those ideas, like Fox and Hounds it's Willoughby the dog, and it's like different running cycles, but it was like Avery pushing McKimson to do these illogical running cycles, which of course he did perfectly, and of course the fact that he made it credible made it funnier,
Exactly.
So that's McKimson and Avery. I think that they were a very good combination.
One of the best things you can do to make comedy better is add some reality to it.
Yeah. Well, it's almost a necessity,
So that was it.
So I'd like to get back to the Fleischer comment for real quick. So I totally agree with what Greg is saying, that this cartoon basically is injecting personality into individual walk cycles and run cycles. And when I'd like to take a quick look and show you guys an example from Dream Walking and the Dance Contest, both from 1934 for Popeye cartoons. Yeah, it's great. I feel like that there is definitely personality animation going on in these early Popeye cartoons. They're obviously not as sophisticated.
Yeah, look at those.
Here we go. This is the stuff I was talking about. So you've got two different characters that have two different styles of walks. So that was kind of an innovation, because most 30s cartoons, everybody just hopping and bopping at the same time, right?
Yeah.
With the same timing.
Exactly.
So, I don't know. It's very possible that other animators were seeing these cartoons, and, Disney and Fleischer were in pretty heavy competition at this point.
They were in competition. That's true. Yeah, this was. And what year?
34.
This is 34. Let's see what we see here. But yeah, man, you're.
But I definitely feel like that A Fox and Hounds is a huge leap forward from this cartoon too. But it also retains a lot of the noodly, squashy stretchiness of golden age animation, that maybe even the Disney animation of that time in 1940 was getting even more solid and more realistic looking. Because we're talking about Fantasia and Fantasia and Pinocchio is around that time.
I mean, yeah, that's the truth. That there was a thought process about the sophistication, the supposed sophistication of it, because you're in going back to that 30s kind of mentality, like you're saying with the walk cycles, like that run that Willoughby does, it's the emphasis is on floppiness.
It's solid tubes with like anatomy inside the tubes. It's crazy. It's really good.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Also, one other thing that we can point out on this episode of Tex Avery Tuesdays before we wrap this up. Ladies and gentlemen, Stephen Hartley of Likely Looney Mostly Merry. He's awesome. Please come on the show.
I like him. I don't even know him, but I like him. I use this site a lot.
Yeah.
Not just for doing stuff with you. Like, I use this a lot. Like, the screen, when you look for a cartoon on Google and the screen caps come up, a lot of times he's got the best screen caps. If you can't find the cartoon to watch it, he describes what's going on in it. It's very well done site.
And the reason why we're using him right now is because he's got a breakdown of this cartoon, and there's something about the blue ribbon. Normally I don't mention the blue ribbon stuff. I usually don't care. Most people don't care. But in having this be a blue ribbon only cartoon, the one that we have access to, we actually did lose something of an artistic thing, because Tex often, as we know, likes to put jokes in the credits. And
like in the Cecil Turtle and Bugs cartoon that he did.
Charlotte Mackinson. Yeah, exactly. So this is one of those cartoons. As we see here on the left-hand side, the original credits read Supervision, draft number 412, producer Leon Schlesinger, and then story, draft number 1312, animation, draft number 6102, musical direction, draft number 158, too bad, sound,
It actually said too bad?
It actually said too bad for Carl Stalling. So right here in the comments, this was great. This guy, Dave Mackey.
Okay.
The meaning behind those digits was that as the United States was entering World War II, the Army needed soldiers and men of a certain age who were subject to the draft. Men were required to register with their local draft board. Man from the draft board! And the men were assigned numbers from 1 to 7,836. The first number drawn in October 1940 was 158. I doubt that Stalling, who was born in 1888, would have been eligible to serve because of his age, and his placement in the credits guarantees his being the butt of the joke. But the others' draft numbers, all the men were in their late 20s, early 30s, seemed to be legitimate. And
my mind was just blown that gag even was in there.
I know, right?
So at that time, people would have known that 158 people were going to be drafted, and that's why he's like, too bad.
Yep. Yeah, because that's a lot of work and time and effort to make a joke. You're not going to do it for an inside thing that's only going to be amusing to a few people. No, you have to do stuff like that appeals on a wide level. So yeah, I'm going to put a shot of this up here, right here. This is as best as we can manage of what the original title looked like. This is what it looks like blown up. There it is. That's what could have been, folks. And that's thanks again to Likely Looney Mostly Merry for getting that, and the commenter Dave Mackey, because that's I feel like more people should know that about this cartoon.
That is really neat.
Yeah. Any other thoughts you'd like to make on this wonderful cartoon?
It's just, this is a cartoon that is so much fun to study in slow motion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is one of the frame-by-frame lovelies, for sure. This is basically going to be it for a little while with Tex Avery Tuesdays, because you've got a lot of work ahead of you. You're normally busy when we do these things, but you got a new job that is going to take up even more time between doing the stuff at Animation Resources and Looney Tunes World of Mayhem, those duties you had there. So,
yeah.
So
I got a lot of work on my plate, but I love doing the show, and I hope we can come back and do more episodes soon.
Yep.
And we talked about that our next set of episodes will focus on the
travelogues.
That's right.
Yeah.
So we're gonna watch those in the order that they made them, and kind of watch the developments. And from watching a couple randomly, I've just noticed how solid the timing and animation is on those things. Like he's really going for like live action comedy and that stuff. So it's really an exciting process.
Yeah, it is. All right, so whenever we get around to doing this again, just keep it locked here. Subscribe, like, thumbs up, all that good stuff. And we'll let you know when we have another Tex Avery Tuesday. Till then, Pez, good luck. And I love you.
Thanks, buddy.
See you next time, everybody.
Turkey for ye Thanksgiving.
Hey, turkey!
Well, what do you know? Another customer. Psst. Hey, Junior, you want to buy a hot turkey?
Is it fresh?
Is it fresh? Look at that white meat. Look at that dark meat. Feel the material in that wing. Look at the size of that wishbone.
You want to eat it here or take it with you?
Well, I don't know.
Okay, Junior. I'll wrap it as a gift. Here you are, pal. Happy Thanksgiving.
I'm just a pilgrim, a turkey, a gun, a Thanksgiving hunter. I'm a pilgrim. I wouldn't do. Excuse me.
Who you? We half-breed.
Some funny joke, eh, Junior? Listen, Junior, you ain't never gonna catch me for no Thanksgiving dinner. Therefore, why don't we eat at Joe's?
Well, all right. We'll eat at Joe's.
In 1935, Schlesinger hired his most innovative director, Tex Avery. Avery recently said, "I attempted to do things that Walt Disney wouldn't dare to do." And indeed, Avery was the first of the Warner's directors to move that studio away from imitating the increasingly realistic Disney timing and animation.
What's up, docs and docettes? Trevor Thompson, the self-appointed Looney Tunes critic here, and once again, Tex Avery Tuesday is back. We did take ourselves a little hiatus there, but we are back. And when I say we, sadly, for those of you who have seen the last episode, the episode we did, episode 7, you know that the co-creator and also a co-writer and co-host, the lovely Pez Hofmann, is not going to be joining us for the foreseeable future. But when I say joining us in that regard, I only mean in hosting duties. Pez will be weighing in. He's also helping us to, as he was always before, to procure some of the animation, some of the stuff we talk about. The point being, even though Pez is gone, his fingerprints are still all over this motherfucker, and he is not forgotten. But hosting duties we still do need. And if it's somebody that we need who is informed, in the know, and is beloved by everyone who watches my material and this channel, the one, the only, Greg Duffel.
Well, thank you, Trevor.
You're very welcome, Greg. I want to thank you for sitting in. Also, I want to give you kudos because we've gotten a lot of stuff from you in these past episodes. Reference material, just anecdotes, even, prints in some cases. And to speak to that, this print of Don't Look Now that we're watching today is exclusive to you. And I was praising you pretty hard before we hit record here about what a good job you did of transferring it.
That's all I have to do now.
Yeah, you're on the
life.
But I did want to seriously praise you because I was telling you, I looked around for, my copy. Everyone has a copy of the Laserdisc, but, my copy too. It was, I thought for a while Anthony, from Anthony's Animation Talk, he had the best copy, his commentary, but he sent me his, but you made a fresh transfer from the Laserdisc. And, one day you're going to have to let me see your video village, as it were, because you take it seriously, the transfer, and it pays off because this is the sharpest I've ever seen it, even compared to, like I said, Anthony's copy.
And it's a 24 frame per second one too.
Oh, it's an actual 24p transfer.
I converted it. It makes it easier to look at the animation. If I want to examine it in any way, you can go through it and you can actually see. It's not a mind bender to figure it out.
Well, but again, I do think one day you're playing the humble card on this, and I appreciate it. But I mean, you know what you're doing, sir. I mean, I talk to people that transfer stuff all the time, myself included, and you take great care, and so I hope you guys appreciate it. And now we're gonna watch Don't Look Now. This is Greg's copy, and here we go. Of course, this is one of the many, missing titles that everybody, gets upset about. Primarily, I think, because it connects to this drawing here, the Valentine's card thing. Like that was where the credits were before.
Probably something opened or something.
Yeah, it came with it. It went into that with that thing there.
Beautiful.
Yeah, but yeah,
lots of airbrush here. Huh?
Do you know? And there's no writer credit on those title cards, those missing title cards either. So I'm wondering if this isn't Tex working as his own gag man, his own story guy.
I think he pretty much always did, really.
According to Heck Allen, that is the truth. We learned that on an earlier episode that Heck Allen said at MGM he was not. He had nothing to do with the gags or the structures of any of that stuff. It was strictly like, story points and dialogue.
Funny drawing of this kid here. Whoa. What happened there? Little animation problem there.
I should say, too, this is us not getting this done as soon as we could because it's March now, and the obvious thing is we should have done this, a month ago when it was Valentine's Day. But we had Pepe Le Pew cartoons to watch and comment on there. Sorry, gang. There's a lot of Virgil Ross in this cartoon.
I think I can tell you where it is.
Yep, it's not
No, I
this.
don't think we've seen any yet.
I think there was earlier. I could be wrong, but I cheat though, Greg. I cheat when it comes to finding Virgil Ross animation because the big giveaway is the eyebrows for me, the S-shaped eyebrows.
And meanwhile,
by the way, this character, the first time I ever saw this devil character was not in this cartoon. It was in a tattoo parlor when I lived in Orlando. This was a popular.
It's pretty complex here. You see what they've done with how they had that effect there on the. You saw it pop off too. There's a sort of an interesting effect that they burned in there, or it's I'm not sure how they did it. Lots of stuff here. Occasionally you'll see in these cartoons. You'll see it in the cartoons something that I'll go, gee, I wonder how they did that. Oh, that was interesting. Did you notice that? How there was an overlay there, and then you went through and then panned over with him, and you lose the overlay. You give the feeling that you went through the door.
Yeah.
That was clever.
And then we just saw some Virgil Ross animation too there. The devil walking and talking to the camera, I think was Virgil.
Maurice Chevalier business here.
Pez was saying this turtle appeared in some of the Merry Melodies posters. The ones that have the titles on them.
Maurice Chevalier was big.
He looks like the
nice little walk there.
Oh, we're getting close to a scene that gets edited awkwardly here. They cut out a gag, and even though I think this is the dubbed Turner version, all prints of this cartoon seem to right here it cuts. See, they just disappear.
Oh, yeah.
All prints of this cartoon have that same edit, so it would appear that the edit was made at a very early stage, if not in. And I missed this joke. I missed this joke for a long time because when the first few times I saw this cartoon as a kid, when he comes up and he puts the blonde hair on his shoulder, I, for whatever reason, didn't realize that this was that, from the hat there. And I was also a little too young to understand the significance of, a husband coming home with a blonde hair on his shoulder and his wife seeing it. I don't care that you were. That's so funny right there. And this is Tex doing the voice of the. Oh no, it's the. That's coming later, isn't it? Excuse me.
A lot of it's sort of elaborate, this cartoon, with the overlays, with the tree in that prior scene, and the things down in front, like there too again, the overlay. Lots of little touches that are that show it's sort of above. They spend a bit of time doing it, right? And thought, just from a layout perspective. There we go again. Burlesque Naomi.
See, and some of that you couldn't really see as clearly on other copies of this. So again, clarity is not just a literal thing. It could actually be, what makes a joke clear. This is Virgil Ross. Look at those eyebrows, Greg.
You think so?
Yeah, definitely. That doesn't look like him.
Hands, but it was the kind of drawing that he liked to do, or he did a lot of prior to working at even Lance.
I do wonder why, this devil character. I do wonder why we didn't see more of him, because he could have.
This is funny. Again, Another adult gag, right?
Oh, yeah.
An adult gag coming up. Again, beautiful little layout, nicely composed.
Those eyes are freaky, though. Those big old...
Yeah, this was, Virgil showed me some drawings that he'd done, I guess, to get into the business, done in the early 30s. And it wasn't dissimilar to this. So it was a common style.
Did Virgil ever mention anything about Charlie Thorson working with the studio?
No, I don't remember. I don't remember him bringing him up at all.
Does Charlie Thorson like to say that he contributed to, a lot of people like to say that they contributed to the creation of Bugs Bunny?
I think he did, but the kind of style you're seeing here, I wouldn't say is particularly Thorson related, but it's more, as I said, the kind of prevailing style of illustration in the early 1930s, and it finds its way into this cartoon.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that. I mean, yeah, nobody's gonna look at Thorson's drawings and something like that and say, no, there's no way that couldn't be him. I mean, yeah, it's very...
The Thorson stuff shows up, the influence shows up quite heavily in the Chuck Jones cartoons.
Because of his work with Disney, and Chuck was a big Disney fanboy at that time.
Yeah. And Thorson is also reflecting the same kind of thing I'm talking about Virgil. I mean, he would have been influenced by that too. And when Thorson came back to Canada, when I was a boy, we would get these pamphlets given out to us at school about safety. The safety elephant. And I used to look at these drawings. I go, oh, look at this. This is really great. I wasn't so concerned with the message that was going on, but it was Thorson. They were Thorson's drawing.
Let's take a scene, because you were talking about this is actually, you actually did transfer this and made it 24 frame.
Right.
So let's look at a scene. Let's go frame by frame.
Pan or something. Yeah, like this one. Yeah, let's look at this one. This will be interesting.
Do you want to see that thing you were talking about where it
Yeah. Now you see, there's a mat there of some sort. There's something burned in to make that look hot. Sometimes they would do that. It looks like it's a little out of focus, right?
Yeah, I can actually.
Yeah, like they burned something in, but they would have had to have matted things, and you can see how it's sort of blending into, overexposing into the character just a little bit.
Yeah, you can see it on the outline there.
It's quite natural that it would, and it doesn't look unpleasant in any way. It doesn't look like a mistake. But they would have had to have done mats, burned it in later, or given another exposure, and then now they're fading it away. They're doing a dissolve to get rid of it. Now watch, that thing's going to disappear here, though. The top of the bed's going to disappear. Watch, I noticed it. There. Now that's interesting.
Yeah, I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that before.
I wonder about that. Why? What were they doing there? There's a camera mistake there.
And you can see that there...
It's a little bit hard for me to figure out why that would have been there.
There is an attempt at a painted surface here. You can barely see it. But...
It's actually, you know what it is? That's burned in. That's another exposure.
What do you mean by burned in?
The background.
What do you mean? Specifically, what do you mean by burned in?
I believe that it's much as the red top to the thing was somehow like they would have shot it. This is just a guess, all right? But they would have shot it normally, then rolled back the camera, and in where the red stuff was, they would have put some kind of burned in, like, or they would have had a red image, and they'd shoot it on black, and then they might put it a little bit out of focus, and it gives it an extra exposure, but it's red, right? And now, but the little guy the little devil guy, they would have had to have run his mats. They would have had to have prepared black mats to cover over the area so that he didn't get blown out by the burn-in. So it's another exposure. So we're talking about film here, right? So it's light sensitive. So it's adding in there. So they would have done that, and that's why you get that little haze around his head there.
Yeah.
Now they're also putting in these either airbrushed things, like you can see steam rising from it, right?
Yeah.
Now that could have been another exposure.
It probably was, yeah.
That could have been another burn-in. What do you call a burn-in? Like a double exposure. And actually, I noticed it in this cartoon. We might look at it a little bit later. Just to explain to everybody, a burn-in is when you, as I said, roll the camera back and re-expose the film, but you only expose a part of a part of this frame, and you shoot it on black, so the black doesn't expose, and just the thing that you want to sort of add the extra exposure in. Now that's interesting. I'm struggling to think of why that would be happening, especially on the pan. What was going on there? And then how many frames is it on for? 2? It's
on for 2 actually during this pan. You see here it's going back and forth.
Yeah. And then what happens next? Then it's they could have matted in that whole top. That whole top could have been matted in for some technical reason. However, they decided to do the
on some level though.
Red.
On some level, this must have been it, because as you can see, there's actually a painted shadow of the pillow here on the part that goes away. You see that? So on some level, that it's supposed to be seen.
I'm a little confused there. I'm right off the top of my head. I don't quite understand why that would have been there. But
also, do you notice
there are a lot of photographic effects going on here that maybe a lot of people wouldn't notice, and this is indicative of it.
Hey, Greg, do you notice the darker areas of the frame, especially where these windows are? They get darker when that little spot comes up, and then go back to being light when it goes away.
Yeah, it's interesting, huh?
Yeah.
It's like there's an overlayer. It's like that part's I don't know. I'd really have to think about what they were doing there.
Can you see that line on his tail that stops once he's past this little griddle thing?
Well, you see, he might be matted in.
That's what I think is happening. I think you were right when you were saying about matting him out.
He might be matted into the whole thing until he leaves that general area.
Although the matte line goes away here.
There's another matte line there. Yeah. There's a matte line. That thing is matted in. That whole top of that bed's matted in. There's a part when sometimes you'll see shadows used and then sometimes not. Like here, like that little character has shadows. Like when in the long shot. Watch. See?
Oh yeah, underneath his feet.
Little shadows underneath. I suspect those were painted with transparent.
Oh yeah.
They wouldn't, I don't think they'd shoot that whole scene twice just to get that effect. There we got shadows here.
Yeah, I see it on his feet. Yeah, that does look painted, but I think it's probably.
I don't know. Probably, but there it occasionally shows up in this cartoon where there'll be little shadows underneath their feet.
Yeah, both of them.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not there. I don't know why they decided that they should do it on some scenes and not others, but it. I remember thinking when I was a kid, I watched the cartoons. That would always fascinate me, that they had shadows.
Yeah, because you knew it was.
I thought I was doing animation, as a boy. I always thought, I got to put shadows there. It just seemed like a really neat thing to do.
There's your shadows right there.
Yeah, I guess because if they went off the ground, you know what I mean? Like if a character was going off the ground a lot, I think they thought we better put shadows there because it doesn't look convincing.
It's one of those things where you only notice it if it's not there, but if it is there, you don't notice anything at all.
They had probably they had rules, little rules that they made themselves, where they go,
You can see
the shadows here too.
You can see clearly. I don't know how clearly you can see it, but on this shot, you can see that it is a transparent shadow, whatever it is, however they're doing it.
Oh yeah, it's either some kind of watered down paint.
Yeah, watercolor.
Or I would guess that it doesn't look like a double exposed shadow. And of course, there's a good reason not to do it. Just adds to the expense and potential problems. Interesting, the tail, how the tail's there worked in. He's matched. The little fella's matched to the devil's tail.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
Oh well, I guess they have to be careful. Well, I think the devil's on a cycle, working with his pulling on the foot. So, and his tail is there. So I think they had to match the Cupid to specific tails of the.
In fact, you can see. I'm sorry to cut you off, but you can see that in the color of the tail. You can see it's on a separate cell. That
you can see they're matching down there at the bottom, round by his feet, the devil's feet.
Oh, you're right.
There, they're matching to the. He's matched.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. See, that's why it's important to have animators on this show and not just a bunch of goofy internet animation people.
Well, the things I notice. I mean, it doesn't make the cartoon any better or worse, does it? But
did you see that? Whoa, look at that.
A little mistake, isn't it?
Yeah, nice little X.
Oh, you know what that is? You know what I think that is?
A scene header?
No, I think that's the platen.
Well, you're going to need to tell me what that is.
Platen. It's a shadow or a reflection of the glass. The glass wasn't put down, or not put down.
Oh.
Not put down fully, and the lights are picking up the reflection.
Wow. So how that's a hell of a transfer, man.
Some dark stuff in the middle, right? And you know what? The reason it's not fully in, remember, every one of these frames are 3 black and white frames. So on one of the frames, there was some anomaly, but the other 2 frames not. So you're just getting a little hazy something going on there when it was shot, but it only probably affected probably the first frame that was shot of the 3. Yeah, that's something to do with the platen. Platen wasn't fully down or something.
Now, sometimes, Greg, we tell people what the next cartoon is going to be, and usually it appears as though we've thought about it beforehand, but very often what happens is the Pez just blurts out off the top of his head what the next cartoon is going to be, and then we end up doing that one. So, bearing in mind that the criteria is Tex Avery cartoons at Warner Brothers that haven't been restored yet. Oh, wait, no, we do need to talk about Me TV.
Right.
That's right. Me TV recently did this cartoon. They showed this cartoon last month, and I think that's the thing about it. If we had done this cartoon during Valentine's Day for the month of February, we probably would have missed catching this on Me TV, but it was pretty cool. And that whole thing about Pez and I like to say that on some level this show is bringing light to these cartoons that need to be restored, because there's a bunch that ended up being restored by the time we actually put these out.
And isn't it great that they're playing these cartoons on television again?
Yeah. So this is definitely...
it's a big move. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
And now MeTV is heading more and more into cartoons. They've got the Flintstones. They've had the Flintstones for a while.
Yeah.
Now all these Warner Brothers, MGM and Paramount and Fleischer cartoons. But they're also... Next is the Jetsons.
See, we haven't...
I've caught a bit of it, but not too much of it.
This is a sneaky man, ladies and gentlemen, who is sneaky in our favor. We haven't lost anything by losing Pez, and we've certainly gained. So we don't hate Pez.
Hey, he doesn't like Pez. Everybody likes Pez.
In fact, we are glad that we haven't lost a Pez. We've gained a Greg. Anyway, we're getting delightfully
we're going into the weeds here.
Off topic.
Okay, well, thanks, Trevor. It's been nice to fill in for Pez. And,
yes.
Hope he returns soon, because I'm sure people will miss him.
Well, you know what? If not, you have his and my blessing to stay as long as we need you, man.
Yeah, as long as you don't need me anymore, I'm gone. Okay.
So do you wanna pick the next one we do?
Have you done Page Miss Glory?
We have not.
Oh, let's do that.
Okay. Well then, be with us next month, ladies and gentlemen, and Greg will sit in with us again, and we will do Page Miss Glory.
All right.
That's going to do it for Tex Avery Tuesdays this month. I'm Trevor Thompson, the self-appointed Looney Tunes critic. I want to thank Greg Duffel once again for sitting in with us, and we will see you next month. That's all, folks.
Tex's sense of timing was crucial. He would take a gag and he would constantly be tinkering with the timing of it and the payoff. I never asked him this, but I always got the sense that he was like trying to create the perfect gag.
What's up, docs and docettes? Trevor Thompson, the self-appointed Looney Tunes critic here, and it is the first Tuesday of April, which means it is once again Tex Avery Tuesdays, and once again we are joined by the lovely and talented Mr. Greg Duffel, who is sitting in for Pez, gone but not forgotten, and Greg, we may as well say you're going to be here for the foreseeable future, because
I've done already quite a few now. I mean,
yes.
I'm a veteran by this
as
point.
well, yeah. And we're not just talking about Tex Avery Tuesdays, but also we've done other commentaries together too.
Oh yes,
the notorious ones, yes. So we're here today. We're looking at we're gonna take it easy today. We're gonna go kind of easy in terms of what we're gonna watch. We said we were gonna do Page Miss Glory at the end of the last episode, but we really need to cover this just because it is the first cartoon Tex ever did. So Greg and I were talking about that, and we changed that one up. So Greg, unless you have anything you'd like to say, we will get this.
Let's watch a cartoon.
Amen to that. And this is.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, well, this is one of the first ones that we've ever done on the show where we're actually looking at a restoration. And this comes to us from the Porky Pig 101 DVD, which if you still haven't purchased it, you absolutely should.
I have mine.
Yep, we all do. All the cool kids have them.
Bernard Brown. I saw his name on a film just the other day, a live action film. Sound. Doing sound.
Very short-lived character there, by the way. Beans.
He's the big guy.
Beans. Good for your heart.
What happened to him? He got fired.
He had some kind of he had a longer life, I think it was. What's that?
Gold. Oh, there's no more gold in it.
Yeah, but Beans had a longer life in the end credits, I think. That's all, folks.
Oh, he's
I like how proud he is.
late to the game.
Oh, but he's kind of good, and he loves me and everything.
I wonder, is that Sarah Berner?
There he is, Porky Pig.
Voiced by Joe Doherty, as we'll see.
Pretty good Porky, really, for an early Porky, isn't it?
By the way, that "Yo Whoopee," that was a catchphrase of his that they were trying to get started that never took off. Yo Whoopee.
That scene looked like Virgil Ross.
It was, and you know why I think that, don't you?
Oh, is it the eyebrow? Those eyebrows again?
Yep, the fucking
I never
eyebrows.
watched for that. That's not how I. Oh, this isn't Virgil.
That's
Clampett might have been on some of these, huh?
Probably. It was early enough.
This might be Clampett here.
I mean, yeah, it's cute enough to be Clampett, and also this is Avery, so yeah, Clampett was in Avery's unit.
Yeah, that could be Clampett. Would Jones be on this too?
Yeah, they work together. Yeah,
I think this is all. I think we've seen a lot of Clampett stuff here. And Sid Sutherland, I suppose. Which was I'm not. I can't really see his stuff that well. I don't know. I'm not as familiar. Can't have that good. That's wrong. Can't do that.
Can't do that anymore. No.
Must be edited out eventually.
Everything will eventually be edited out. You gotta hand it to them. They have great rhythm and sonorous tone for a bunch of drunks. Yeah, this is Joe Doherty. Without them speeding him up too. This is as close to we'll ever hear to Joe Doherty's actual voice.
Speaking of a guy who's going to get fired soon.
Yeah. Well, that's the one I want to do. Eventually, we're going to do what's it called?
Oh, there we go. There we go.
But yeah, eventually
that one really has to be cut out.
Eventually, we're going to do the other one where they're doing the bullfight. You know.
Oh yeah.
And that one's interesting too because it's the first time Mel Blanc is on staff, but he's not doing Porky.
Oh.
But that's another cartoon for another commentary. Yeah, he's wearing pants here, Greg. See, for this gag.
Yeah. We saw a still of it earlier when we were preparing to do this. I go, what's wrong with Porky's bottom? Why not? He's always got pants. Well, it makes sense. He's got a shirt.
I thought you were fat shaming him. I was like, what's wrong with Porky's bottom? He's beautiful. He's on Instagram. # blessed. # brave. # big is beautiful.
Is this Chuck Jones?
You know what? I was going to say this. I don't know. I thought it was Clampett, but yeah, maybe it is Chuck. I have a hard time spotting Chuck's animation before, right before he became a director. I can usually spot his stuff, but the real early stuff, I'm not really good at.
Yeah, I think it's a little hard. I can tell around 37, I think, 1937. Because he starts drawing differently.
Yeah.
It's in the drawing and the animation too.
Is that Billy Bletcher?
You can hear him better. I can barely hear the soundtrack.
Let me turn it up and let's see if the guy says anything. Okay. So much for that.
If you get that bag for me, you can have my daughter.
Yeah, that's Joe Doherty for you, buddy. That sounds like Billy Bletcher to me.
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah. I mean, he's a
little guy, wasn't he?
It's a cartoon heavy. Why wouldn't it be Billy Bletcher? That looks like
all of these early Avery cartoons, when he's just come over from Lance, there's always something in them that's innovative. And it's coming up here in this cartoon, for me anyway. What the hell? Boy, talk about being prepared.
I think this is McKimson with the stuff with the guns.
Really? You think McKimson was on this, huh?
Well, because of the angle and the sophistication of it and how good the draftsmanship is.
Really? I'd be surprised if McKimson was on this film, but, you know.
Oh, yeah, you know what? You're right, it is. It's a Looney Tune. You're right. He might not be on it then. Maybe it was Virgil.
McKimson's animation is pretty sophisticated even by this point.
I just don't think it's Chuck or Bob. That gunshot. I don't think it's Clampett or Chuck. We'll have to go back later and look at it. Wow, that's fun. Who do you think's doing that?
I don't know. This is what's innovative.
The speed lines.
The way that these lines were done. I don't think anybody had ever done anything like this.
No. And it's his first cartoon.
Looking, isn't it?
And it's his first cartoon too.
Look at this. It's.
Keep in mind, Greg.
I defy anybody to say that somebody's done something that looks like that.
And this is somebody who is barely animated at this point, and if I may say, bullshitted his way into the job.
Yeah.
He told Leon Schlesinger he directed cartoons before, and Leon was like, "All right."
Well, they'd sort of direct these scenes that they'd get at Lance, right? They'd be given a premise and just, well, you've got so much time, and he'd go and do it. And so each animator was, in a way, a director, because they kind of made it up. They put the gags in, and they worked it all out. So it wasn't exactly a lie.
Yeah, okay.
But, he wouldn't have got the credit as being a director.
Gold, be darned.
Is this Virgil again?
Yep. I think that drawing shows up a lot too, where he's holding the. Yeah, you see that's what it is. He shows up a lot in the end titles. There, he has more credits in the end titles. Beans does than he does in actual cartoons, because he's not. It was a rough time for characters in the 30s, man. I mean, this is the first Tex Avery Tuesday we've done where we're featured any character that did anything significant beyond, like we've done 7 already, and I think with the exception maybe of we did Amateur Night and Egghead is in that. We did a few Eggheads, so there's versions of Elmer and stuff that we've done so far, but this is legitimately Porky,
that's a pretty good Porky. I mean, he's a bigger character than he would later be in size.
Yes.
He's a real hog in this one, looks like.
And he wasn't in the, in the cartoon just before, not too long before. I think it might be just before that is I Haven't Got a Hat for his Freelings. I Haven't Got a Hat, and he was a kid in that cartoon.
Right.
So, I mean, they really did value, trying everything at this point, and that's what we're trying to really show people is that Tex being innovative, it's not an accident. His formative years were in an environment where they were given license to experiment a lot.
What was Bernard Brown's credit on that cartoon?
Music.
Oh yeah.
It was a music credit. And I'm sad to say that I don't know much about Bernard Brown.
In the 1980s, we have a guy here in Toronto whose name is Reg Hart. And for the longest time, he's been decades, he's been putting on film shows, and he did a lot of stuff with cartoons. He also features other kind of motion pictures. And he's been doing it in all kinds of venues. I mean, for the last maybe 20 years, he's been doing it out of his house and runs into trouble with the authorities, and somehow he keeps going. But, he brought Bernard Brown up to Toronto.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How old was he then?
In the early 80s.
How old was Bernard then?
I didn't see him. I didn't go, but I should have. I don't know why I didn't go, but
Yeah, there he is. Musical score.
Yeah, he was a big into music, but didn't he direct a couple of Warner Brothers cartoons as well?
Not that I'm aware.
He did.
Really? I wasn't aware of that.
I think so. Patton in the Park, I think maybe he directed.
But there's your answer to the question. There's Clampett.
There you go, Clampett and Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For sure. I don't know that he's ever directed anything. Let me look into that.
The films in question were Patton in the Park,
Patton,
1934, and Those Were Wonderful Days, 1934. But he left to start his job as the head of the sound department at Universal.
See?
I think that and then he was replaced by Treg Brown. I think the film that I saw that Bernard Brown was on was a W.C. Fields film, which would make sense because I think those are made at Universal.
Well spotted, Mr. Duffel. Well spotted. You're like a cheetah with leprosy. Well spotted.
If you get that bag for me, you can have my daughter.
You know, hang on a second. I want to try.
When you're not hearing with the sound.
I want to try something right now. I'm going to sit here and see if I can speed that up.
If you get that bag for me, you can have my daughter.
Yeah, let's do another one.
If you get that bag for me, you can have my daughter.
Pretty close.
Actually, you know, the problem with that is that it's pitch. You know, part of what changes is the pitch when they speed it up in the old days versus what we're changing is just the tone of it. But if we actually change the pitch, which I can do with a different program, which basically is a DJ program that kind of mimics the effect of a turntable.
Bag for me, you can.
So pitch it all the way up, and it'll actually speed up as well.
Where's this better sped up?
If you get that bag for me, you can have my daughter.
Might have sounded more like Porky just sped up.
If you...
What do you think?
Well, they sped Joe Doherty too. In Haven't Got a Hat, they did.
The light brigade charge it to me, he said.
The light brigade charge it to me, he said.
If you get that bag for me, you can have my daughter.
That's pretty much what it would have sounded like.
Yeah.
If you get that bag for me, you can have my daughter.
All right. Yeah, that's definitely Joe Doherty, but they pitched him a lot more than they ended up pitching Mel. I can tell you. Mel must have actually given it some energy, but also he's supposed to be a father in this character, you know, so he's maybe putting on a little bit more depth to his voice, more, well, you help my, you know, I don't know. So I was saying, I thought this made me think of McKimson because it's at an angle and it's really sophisticated and smooth and...
So go back like a few frames there, like that. See these? Like those? Okay, go to the prior one. Go to the prior drawing. Yeah, okay. Or maybe the next one back. Okay, there. That's probably a key, right? So that's a key drawing, probably. Then you now go to and see how the drawing deteriorates in the in-betweens. Look, it's worse. Bad. And then it'll get good again. There. Right? So, you know, the guy who's doing the in-betweens here doesn't know how to draw.
So that's keyframe. That's
I'm guessing
keyframe.
That is, or a breakdown. Like there's this, I can notice. It's quite noticeable to me here that the key drawings are much better drawn than the in-betweens.
That's an in-between.
Yeah, it's starting to deteriorate. Right. That's bad. That's probably That will go back one. That's a key. Then now we're going into in-betweens here. It's an in-between. It's an in-between. keep going. There, that's probably a key, right? So these, you can kind of see how, the few drawings that the animator did, that's an in-between, that's an in-between, it's an in-between, that's an in-between, that's an in-between, then that's an in-between, and then there. So you can see, the animator just probably gave that one and told somebody to do the drawings in the middle, and they did them. Because, they were doing as little work as they possibly could. Anyway, that's what, to me, when I think of this cartoon, this is the part that really impresses me the most. I mean, that's more dry brush there.
Yeah, on the underside.
There's more of a dry brush effect there.
Yeah.
And you can see parts of the car very clearly. But in that other one, it's all a blur.
More like this.
Everything is, like, nothing is solid. I love this. This is a gamble to me, Doing something like this is a bit of a gamble. And of course, if the camera were really following this, it's also very cartoony. Because if the camera were really following this, it's the background that would be blurry and not the item you're following. That's what is so counterintuitive about it, yet it works. It has this suggestion that the car is moving faster than fast. And I just think it's great.
And at some point too, it was before the days of what do you call it, xerographing, so at some point this was all in pencil and you had to take that and interpret it in some ways.
Somebody went into the ink and paint department. They had to do something with it.
Exactly.
I would love to have seen the drawings on this.
It's not just
what the actual drawings look like.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah. So I think, and the way bits of it are black, and then and then there's that. I don't know. It just seems so elaborate and random, yet there's a discipline to it. It's cartoony, right? It's a cartoony looking thing. It's something. It's the way they'd interpret. It's the way they'd show this kind of speed in a comic book.
That's true. Yeah. Those are pen lines more than anything. I mean, they're meant to like cross hatching. It's meant to signify something, but you're still seeing a literal pen stroke.
I dare say there's this. What would have happened 10 years after this, or earlier? Ace Gamer would have come in, and it would all been done in airbrush.
Right here, look at that.
Look at that fish.
The fish is there, looking right at me. It blinked. Did you see that? Watch it. The fish blinks. Watch.
Yeah, it's blinking.
We're gonna leave on this note. This is too good not to leave on. To leave him on a laugh as Leon would have wanted. So, Greg will be back next month with another one, and I am gonna do a real first here, celebrating the fact that this is Tex's first cartoon. So, we're gonna have a first here on the show. For the first time ever, I am going to announce what the next cartoon is going to be for next month, and we'll actually do it, by God.
Yes.
So next month, come back for Daffy Duck and Egghead.
Oh my goodness!
Yes.
Everybody will be just
tickled.
They'll want it 3 weeks early.
Tickled pink, they'll be.
Yeah.
All right, folks. That is going to do it for this installment of Tex Avery Tuesdays. I'm Trevor Thompson for Greg Duffel. And that's all, folks. Watch this. This is HBO Max. This is Warner Brothers method on restoration. This is how we do restoration at Warner Brothers. Restore. Click.
Speedy, not now. It's too late to hunt rabbits. No, come on, let's get some sleep. Don't worry, Speedy. We'll get up at 5 in the morning and really blast that bunny. I can taste that fried rabbit now. Remember, boy, you'll never catch that rabbit unless you get a good night's sleep. Now get plenty of rest, lots of sleep, boy. Remember, you won't catch that rabbit unless you get a lot of sleep.
Your 3 minutes are up. That number has been disconnected. Deposit 10 cents for 5 minutes, please. I'm sorry, we do not have that information. Long distance. At the sound of the tone, the time will be exactly 12:05, please. Number, please. Information. Oh, you're calling.
harder down there.
What really changed Looney Tunes was the arrival of Tex Avery. Leon Schlesinger was looking for a new director. Avery had a little experience at that. He was really mostly an animator, but he had just enough experience to talk his way into that job. And he immediately brought new and really revolutionary ideas to the studio. So this was the beginning of a wonderful creative explosion, not just for Warner Brothers, but for cartoons in general, because Disney had always been the one to watch.
What's up, Docs and Docettes? Trevor Thompson, the self-appointed Looney Tunes Critic here. It is the first Tuesday of the month of May, and that means, once again, it's Tex Avery Tuesday. I did not mean for that to rhyme, but we are back and on time. Damn it, I did it again. And I'm joined with my co-host, with the mo-host, the wonderful Greg Duffel, retired animator extraordinaire, and all-around great guy, and I would say suitable temporary replacement for the great Pez, who is gone but not forgotten. Say hello, Greg.
Boy, a month goes by so quickly.
Well, there's a lot of, yeah, it really does. You don't, you folks don't realize how quick it is for us, but it certainly is a quick thing. And we're keeping, we're kind of keeping in that cheater mode that we were in last month, because I just want to do something that has been restored, that we all know and love, and a major character. And so this is Daffy Duck and Egghead, who, you know, fans of this show know all too well, because we've already done at least 2 Elmer sort of substitute type characters, one of which was Egghead. So let's get it going.
All right.
Here it is.
Those rings.
Yes.
Vitaphone.
One rings to rule them all. Yeah, Vitaphone was the company that kind of revolutionized the sound for them, right?
Look at that color.
Get the fuck out of here.
Bugs Hardaway is the story guy.
Why is it J.B. Hardaway? What is his first name?
I don't know.
Right off the bat. Good for you, Tex.
That's, I think that was the MGM animator later.
Well, let's see who's on the crew here, because there's certainly crew members that were uncredited. Hey, can you turn down your audio just a little bit, because we're hearing me in the background, which nobody needs to hear that. But yes, uncredited on this cartoon is Irv Spence, the guy we mentioned a lot last month, Sid Sutherland, and Paul J. Smith is also working on this one.
Gee, it's awfully quiet. My goodness. I wonder if there are any more hunters out here this morning.
So you really can't tell it from the whispering that he was doing there, but the voice that he's doing is an homage to Joe Penner, comedian Joe Penner in this cartoon, who I can't. Did they do reference for this? You think?
That's Ted Pierce.
That's Ted Pierce.
Yeah. Yeah, they would have rotoscoped that, I think.
Yeah, that looks too perfect.
Sit down.
You know what? Joel Hodgson, that looks like Virgil Ross. Joel Hodgson has said that cartoons like this, with the interaction of the silhouettes of the audience, kind of inspired Mystery Science Theater.
Oh.
That duck's crazy.
You telling me?
Is this so? This is the second Tex Avery Daffy Duck cartoon. Would that be safe to say? First one would be Porky's Duck Hunt.
Yeah, which he did with, which was a Looney Tune. This is a Merry Melody. But you know what? I don't know the answer to that.
I hesitate to say it's the second Daffy Duck cartoon, but because somebody else might have done a Daffy Duck.
It's definitely it is
radio reference.
It's definitely early, and definitely that early format of the Hunter pictures.
I wonder if that had ever been done before. That's really playing with it.
Yeah, that's that gag. I don't think has ever been done before, for sure.
No.
I wonder if that's Bob
Blue
Clampett.
eyes, huh? Daffy Duck's got blue eyes, just like Egghead.
What do you think that means? Oh, and his priest collar is also blue.
Oh yeah.
Cartoons are so wonderfully violent, or they were at one time. I wonder. That's got to be like a radio.
Yeah. I wish I was more familiar with old-time radio. I know some people really are. And really, oh, wow, this is Irv Spence. That's what that shot looked like when they were doing the duel. Irv Spence. So Spence would be on these, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sort of the wilder stuff in these early Tex Avery cartoons would be Irv Spence. I met Irv.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I spent some time at his house, and I had a couple of times I went to see him, and he was saying that he thought animation should be wilder, and that he sort of didn't like McKimson type stuff because it was too literal or something.
How old would he have been at this time? What year?
Oh, he would have been his late 70s, even into his 80s, perhaps. I think he might have been getting Alzheimer's or dementia or something around last time I went to see him. But a very nice man. First time I met him was when he was working for Bakshi on what was called at the time War Wizards. And he had a big room at Bakshi's with a green carpet, and he would do golfing putting in the room. There'd be enough room to do putting. He'd get up and do golf putting.
Just
and
putting.
He showed us, it was Irv Spence showed us around the studio. This would be 1975.
Yes, the merry-go-round broke.
So I would have met him at his house in the late 70s. Sorry, late 80s. Early 90s, maybe.
He hung in there, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he died when I was working at Chuck Jones. And his assistant at MGM was Tom Ray, and who was working at Chuck Jones in the next room to me. And he was really, really broken up about it because, he'd worked with Irv Spence for a long time at MGM as his assistant.
I wonder if that's Clampett again.
Maybe. Well, they seem to, Bob Clampett seemed to talk a lot about doing those Daffy Duck crazy scenes.
Yeah.
So I don't doubt that it probably is his work. I wonder at what time Clampett would have gone off and done those iWorks things. Right, with Chuck Jones.
Yeah.
It's possible that Chuck Jones and Clampett are gone here, and that it's Virgil and Irv Spence, and maybe Clampett. I don't know. What is that?
Porky's Tire Service was one of those cartoons. I'm going to look that up to see what year it was. Or Porky's Tire Trouble, rather.
These ducks are a nuisance, aren't they?
Yeah,
these self-respecting hunter. Gonna drive him crazy. Oh, he's gonna turn crazy.
So those cartoons, yeah, they went to iWorks this following year.
Oh, okay.
Or at least those cartoons came out the following year. So maybe they are gone.
Yeah,
this one
that's possible.
Certainly is possible.
Looks like a different group. I didn't even see much Virgil Ross stuff in there, but definitely the influence of Irv Spence. Would it come over from Mintz, maybe, or I don't know? He would have been a new recruit there at Warner's.
So. I want to go frame by frame on this just to see if it could be reused Clampett or someone trying to do what he did in Porky's Duck Hunt.
From Texas cartoon Porky's Duck Hunt, here are my original drawings of the first scene of Daffy ever animated, when he did the first screwy leap on the lake and went woo 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 woo.
It looks. I bet it's very similar to.
It's not. I don't see anything that is the same yet.
Well, the clicking of the heels. A lot of these things where like when I was critical of these more recent cartoons, the gags just aren't there. They're just. That's what the problem is. I mean, you can get away with a lot. You don't have to have the greatest drawing in the world, but if you've got the timing right or the gag right, and sometimes it helps to have some interesting animation. Sometimes you really need good animation to pull something off.
Yeah.
But if you don't have the timing and the finesse at times, or just the gag itself, how it's being put across, well, you don't have anything.
This is definitely not Clampett, now that I'm looking at it. It's definitely inspired by that scene that he did. But this is
bet he isn't on this cartoon. And I don't think Jones is either.
Yeah, you're right. That's some lazy for that studio anyway. Lazy drawing there. That's Virgil, isn't it?
Run it. I don't think so. I think this is Irv Spence. But I could be wrong. The just drawing doesn't look right for Virgil. I mean, it
certainly works. That's for sure.
It works.
Yeah.
It gets the point across. That's the important. Yeah, this drawing is.
That's not Virgil.
No, you could go to a shot. There's a shot where of Egghead, like a shot more like that. That's sometime, I don't know whether it's earlier or later, but it's very Irv Spence. You can find that. Yeah, I think this is Irv Spence. Now watch the way he walks here, how Egghead walks. There, this kind of drawing. Yeah, like that. I don't know. I take a guess it was Spence. But what I noticed also about this is that when they're looks like his kind of stuff. It looks like that guy Held. There's a guy called an artist around this time. I think his name was Held. He did sort of classic 30s stuff. It sort of looks influenced by that. Like, look at the drawing of the hand and these. I'll try and find the name of that artist. The illustration stuff from the 30s looks. Yeah, I think this is Spence. What I also noticed about that scene was when they're walking, it's on twos. Well, there's even shadows underneath there. You see that? But when they're walking, well, look, I think they're on twos here on a pan.
And their shadows go away too when they stop walking.
Okay, watch as they. I bet it's not on single frames. See?
Yep. Well, there's the one.
There. Oh, look. Sometimes it's on single frames. It's occasionally on single frames. That's interesting. Look at that. Yeah. See, it's not. It's like normally at Warner Brothers, any type of pan like this would be done on ones, but not here. But some bits are on ones, but not others. It's very strange. I mean, I could be wrong that it's Spence, but it's certainly along the lines of how Irv Spence animated.
That's why.
Oh, that's interesting.
Okay.
How it's synchronized, isn't it, to the sounds of the turtle.
So we're wrong about that.
Which might suggest why bits of it are on ones and bits of it are on twos.
Just for the record, I want that on a T-shirt right there.
It's a funny drawing.
That's a great pose, dynamic, funny looking. Sends a good message. I'm looking right now at Egghead here, and I'm just like, it's the same thing I always think when I look at Egghead. I really don't, with the exception of the fact that he's a hunter, and in a wild hare, Elmer has a pink nose. Other than that, I've never seen the actual connection that people make to Elmer from Egghead. And I think that in what you're talking about, them being particularly peculiar, Elmer is, a fully functioning member of society by comparison to Egghead.
Well, Egghead is only known, the link between him and Elmer Fudd was, I think in that Hillbilly cartoon, he's called Elmer Fudd.
Yeah, and it's a very...
So I think that's the tenuous relationship between the two of them. And Tex Avery seemed to be fairly, or seemed to like the idea of Egghead. And Hardaway, I guess, would Hardaway have created Egghead? Was it his character, really?
I mean, I guess it falls... Well, I mean, Bob Gibbons deserves a lot of credit for most of these characters getting, some kind of credit for getting these characters created.
I don't think he's around. I don't think Bob's on this, there at the studio at this time. I think he was still either getting into the business or at Disney's.
All right, boys. A 1, a 2.
So, again, we have to announce what the next cartoon's going to be. I did that last month, so I'm gonna leave it up to you. What are we doing next month?
No, I'm not going to do it. You keep countermanding what I'm doing. You're going to say it.
Hey, man,
I'm not going to do it.
It happens every now and again. You gotta.
To be countermanded. You tell me what it's going to be. You're the boss.
It happened once.
No, it's going to happen lots of times. You tell me what it's going to be.
All right, then let me think. What's that one about... Oh, wait, no.
Hey, I'll tell you what.
What?
This is a better plan. My voice probably isn't going to change all that much, and neither is yours in the next month or so. When we do the next one, we'll just pretend that we know what it is, and you'll have gone away and figured out which one it is, and then you can edit it into the thing.
The Beatles were right. Nothing is real. All right, Greg. Well, thank you very much. We'll see you. Greg and I will see you next month for another installment of Tex Avery Tuesdays. That's all, folks.
Suspended animation for the next month. I'm not going to do anything.
Ooh, suspended animation.
That's right. Suspended animation.
Get it? All right, folks. See you next month.